Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Congratulations to Lily for making first. Hooyah, Lily. Do. And Lena made second. Woohoo! Go, Lily. Go, Lena. And Air cheated. No, I'm just kidding. Hi, Haven.
I've been here the whole time.
You've been here all day. You've been
Sort
here
of.
for the last 8 years.
Yes. Gonna be 9 years in January.
We could do.
September, it'll be 9 years we've been dating.
Yep. Been together 9 years.
And around the same time for knowing each other.
Shh. August.
I think it was like 2
Hi,
weeks.
Head Trio.
We were like, let's start dating.
Yeah, I know, right? We're crazy.
Thank you for the raid, Tim. You're so awesome.
Thank you for the raid, Tim. Magic missile! Everybody dodge! Hit the dirt! Not that it'll do us any good. Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome aboard the SSS More Horny. My name is Minx. I am the captain of this clusterfuck of a ship. I'm a Daiokai of the White Tiger variety. I wander. I've ceased my wandering this evening to broadcast my space. We're gonna do a villain tier list. We're gonna rate some villains tonight. And for you, Tim, you get free boobies. Free boobies. Free boobies. Boobies! 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 Boobies for Tim! Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, that's what I need to do. Hold on.
Hi, Momentum Moe! You stay a while. You have an early flight tomorrow. Ooh, where are you going? I mean, if you don't mind sharing. You going on vacation? You going away for work?
Vacation.
Ah! What have you done? And
I
why
have
you done
enhanced
it?
my sex appeal by at least 12 points. What that
Visiting
tongue
my
do?
grandmother. Ooh, nice. My grandmother finally tested negative for Decoof. And decided that, you know, this is a good time to just kind of go wandering around. She still has a cold, but she's just going to go wandering around. And I'm like, Grandma, you know better. You know better. You're a medical professional. You know better. Okay, whatever you want to do, Grandma.
We're on the other side of the country.
It's like,
Besides, we couldn't stop her even if we were like 2 feet away from her.
you could tie her to a chair. She'd still manage to pick up the chair and walk off with it. That is a stubborn old lady.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mind me, I'm still eating my dinner.
Hot.
I was preparing this. You were gaming Gong. Woo! Wow. Nice! And also not nice. So what'd you guys end up doing? Okay. If nobody has tried this, it's top tier. You get smoked beef sausage. There's a firefighter sim? That's awesome! You get smoked beef sausage, you pan fry that shit, and you put it in chicken ramen. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah. Our kids didn't eat any of it. The girl finished like 90% of hers, but the boy barely touched his. I was so pissed.
Why?
I don't know why. I guess they just
Why?
hate me.
No, they
It
don't
must be
hate
that.
you. No!
They don't eat the food I cook them.
They ate it last night.
It's like they actively want me to fail as a parent.
That is not the case at all, and you know it. You stop that. I will come out
I'm
there.
gonna cry.
No. No.
I'm gonna rub my butt against the wall.
What? 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 What are you, a cat?
Yes. Some days. Speaking of which, I never got into VTube Studio and worked on that I was going to do that today, and then I took a nap instead. Dang it.
Something tells me that going solo with NPCs is just not as much fun. It's never as much fun. It's like going with one of the dames in fucking Monster Hunter. It's like, why? Why would you do this?
Dame
Why would you
Yoren.
want to?
Oh.
Why the fuck would you want to do this? Oh, I just realized the problem I might
You okay?
potentially have. I might have to copy this.
Head trio.
Sometimes just want to rub your butt against the wall. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, well. We're gonna get right into this tier list. How's that sound?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Those guys, yeah.
Those guys, yeah.
Since I'm also technically watching the stream, you don't have to stream it in Discord.
Okay.
I'm doing mod duties for once. I know.
The host gets to drive the fire truck? Sign me up. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, so we're gonna start with this dude. This is Amos. Amos Slade. Amos Slade comes from The Fox and the Hound. He's a hunter. He spends half the movie trying to shoot the fox. But only half the movie. The end of the movie, though, he's like, okay, fox is kind of cute. I guess I'll leave him alone. Because the fox saves his life. He realizes that he's raised in captivity and is pretty much just a dog. Thoughts on Amos?
Oh man. I remember bits and pieces of the movie that he's from. And I remember
You're okay,
him being
Hectorio.
like not really there. I remember the Hound more than I remember him. So
Yeah, he's
forgettable.
he's not really a villain. He's just a hunter doing his job.
Yeah.
He's wary of the fox because, you know, he only knows foxes to be one thing, a problem. So,
Eating all my chickens.
Eating all my chickens, yeah. I would say the black bear is more of more of a problem than Amos. So we're gonna put him in D tier at best. Maybe not even a villain.
D tier at best. He's
What
not
do you guys
really
think?
a villain. He's just a guy doing his job.
Okay. All right.
Just a farmer. Just a hunter.
Just a hunter. All right. Bellwether! Let's get into Bellwether! Alright, let's talk about Zootopia. Zootopia was great. I enjoyed this movie a lot,
was.
but I've only seen it once.
I've seen it twice because I think I watched it with the girl at one point.
I had so much fun with this movie. So much fun with this movie.
It's a great movie.
Kuma!
Hello, Kuma.
Asuka would like a self-care package.
Self-care. This ain't my stream. You can't make me care for myself. There's the water bottle. I will drink some water.
Okay, Asuka. Mwah! Okay, so Hetrio just made a really good point. Bellwether
Yeah.
is an antagonist,
No,
but
no,
she's
no.
not a villain.
No. It was
The-
talking about the hunter.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. Talking about Slade. Yes. Care for your package, Eric. Yeah. Bellwether
Yes. I did
has
that in the pod on the way
like-
here.
no on-screen presence at all. This was
Nope.
a twist villain.
Yep,
in the
she's not
movie-
one of the good twist villains. There
Not
was
a
no
good twist
hints
villain.
that she would be a bad guy at all. And when you don't hint at someone being a bad guy, they're not a twist villain. They're a cop-out.
Mhm.
And that's what she was, a cop-out.
Yeah.
Her significance to the story Sure, she was behind all of the events, doing all the testing and the drugging of the things and so on and so forth, and orchestrating everything behind the scenes. But you don't know that until the last 5 minutes of the movie, when she is revealed as being the twist villain. You think it's the president, the mayor. You think it's the mayor because he's a lion and he feels like a sleazy politician, when in reality the dude's basically Mufasa.
The guy actually was totally smashable. What?
Yeah.
I don't have a thing for lions. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I could smash pretty much anything for 17 seconds, although only once. Not 23 times a day in mating season. Anyways, yeah, no, she's not really a villain. She may have some significance to the plot,
She was a villain,
but she has no presence. She's a poorly written twist character. If they had hinted at her just a little bit more, she would have been worth it. She would have been really good, but instead,
Okay.
She's D, because she is technically the villain of the story.
I was gonna give her
she was very poorly done.
I was gonna give her C tier because there was drugs involved. I was gonna give her C tier.
Okay.
Captain
We'll take the higher
Gantu.
of whatever our scores are.
Depending.
Captain Gantu. From
Captain
Lilo and
Gantu.
Stitch.
Yeah, from Lilo. Okay. Captain Gantu's not a villain. Stitch was the villain.
Stitch was the villain.
The entire point of Lilo and Stitch was Stitch learning how to not be a villain. And Captain Gantu was literally just doing his fucking job. He was the antagonist, but he was not the villain.
Yeah.
He did have great on-screen presence, though. Like, every time he was on screen, you knew he was there.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was
His voice actor was great.
He was a giant shark man. Who accidentally broke a
Lilo
house.
and Stitch. Captain
Hi, Niles.
Gantu.
The villain was tourism. Yes. Yes, they did remove that plot point. Just like the real villain of Zootopia was racism, but they had to bury that because it's a kid's movie. They didn't bury it very well, but they did bury it. He did work for a villain for a while in the TV show. Lena, we're only talking about the movies.
Played by Leroy and Stitch?
Leroy.
Wow, they really miscredited that. Kevin Michael Richardson did the voice of Captain Gantu. Leroy and Stitch.
Hi, Toaster! Gantu be hot as fuck. Ah, yeah! Yes. Yes. No,
It's
Aduska,
the
that's not
shaped
weird.
horns coming off the sides of his face.
And those are not horns. They do wiggle.
They do wiggle. So they're
They do
basically
wiggle.
phallic tentacles.
Yep. So that's a smash.
Yeah, he had a
Me and
great
Aduska.
voice actor, a great voice, all that fun stuff, but he's not a villain. He's just a guy doing his job, trying to catch the villain. If anything, he's just, a police officer.
Okay, minus 10 points. Minus 10
What?
points. There's not even a villain.
No, you gotta put him on the thing. There you go.
No, he's not. He's not even a villain. I did.
Mm-hmm.
And that was why I was streaming it to you. Captain Hook.
All right. Captain Hook. This guy is,
Oh
without
my
a
God.
doubt, the villain of the story.
Captain Hook, who wants to kill children. Yeah, definitely a villain.
Jude Law.
Oh, wait a
Played
minute.
by
Nope.
Jude Law.
Cross. You have to give me that. You have to tell me why Peter Pan is actually the villain when Captain Hook wants to kill a bunch of children. You have to tell me why.
We're looking at just the movie, not any of the stories that these movies are based on, because Disney took a lot of liberties. And if we dive into what the actual story that this is based on is about, we'll be here for 3 months
Well, yeah, we'll be here
dissecting
for
one villain.
I mean, we could do that for lots of them, but Captain, like, okay, objectively, Hook was a better movie than Peter Pan.
Yes.
Hook was a much better movie than Peter Pan because Dustin Hoffman is amazing. There's no arguing that. And Robin Williams, rest in peace, is amazing, amazing, amazing. It was a great movie. I loved Hook. But we're talking about cartoons. Peter Pan offers Wendy the chance to never grow up, but and Hook didn't lie to her. He just tried to moiter her like a gentleman.
Like a gentleman. Hook used to be a lost boy and is actually just trying to save the kids from Peter. Yeah, apparently in the book, Peter was a child kidnapper, and when they got too old, he killed them. Because they grew up, he never did, because he's a fairy, or whatever that is.
I'm loving this. This is great. Okay, wait, no. There's a scene you need to find while it's relevant. Okay! Yes, Mears, Captain Hook, really queer-coded. A lot of Disney villains were queer-coded for a long time.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Also, for a long time, this was the height of fashion in France.
Mm-hmm.
The big
for
hair,
literally hundreds of years, it was the height of fashion in France. Like, the French were weird about fashion. Like, you got Italy that's great about food.
Now, wait a minute.
And then you've got the French who are crazy about clothes. And also food.
So were the English.
Fashion's
so were the
a weird
English.
thing.
If you were to talk about fucking fashion, you would have talked about the English. Jesus Christ. Watch Rob Roy. There's an entire conversation about being down and out with your tailor and what it meant.
Yeah, so Captain Hook, great on-screen presence.
Vigilantes!
Especially when the crocodile shows up.
I'll wait till you're done.
No, go ahead.
Vigilantes, welcome aboard the SSS More Horny. You now have access to your very own king chamber as you please. Keep it clean. No fluids left on the floor, walls, or ceiling. And Flair, thank you so much for 6 months. You're judging me and I'm fabulous? No, you're fabulous. And mwah, you get to keep your king chamber of VIPness. And yes, I did that on purpose. Ha. But yeah, just based on one movie, I'm still waiting for Toaster.
On the animated Disney movie.
I'm still
Captain
waiting
Hook
for
is
Toaster.
Definitely the villain.
With their, relevant
maniacal
scene.
Toaster.
Mm-hmm. With the relevant scene, but I would. Any idea how hard to find clips? Yes, actually, it's very difficult finding clips from this movie.
Yeah, because Disney is basically a monster.
But also, this movie's very
and not the fuckable kind, just the rude kind.
Yeah, it's a very controversial movie. So I was.
Well, and the Native American stereotypes that are in it too.
That's why it's so controversial. I was just gonna put him in D tier and move on.
Well, no, he's got great on-screen presence. He's got a great voice actor. He's really significant to the plot. Although, let's pull that back a bit. He's not really significant to the plot because it's mostly Peter Pan fucking with Wendy the whole time. That is the entire plot.
Well, he did try
with Tinkerbell looking on like a jealous, jilted lover.
She did. Well, Tink did drink poison to save Peter. So there was that. That happened. Because Hook tried to poison Peter. And Peter wouldn't listen when Tink tried to warn him.
Peter's like hundreds of years old.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
And while the mermaids try to drown Wendy. Yep. Tinkerbell
dies from lack of attention, just like YouTubers, or VTubers, yeah. That is also a thing.
I remember how that went. You have to.
But I would put him probably in B, because the only part where he falls off is his significance to the plot. plus he's really memorable. You look at him and you know exactly what movie he's from. If you've seen it even one time, you're like, Peter Pan.
Oh, Toaster, you're going to have to send that to one of the mods. Or stick it in the, is he from Frozen? No, he's from Peter Pan. Just put it in the... Even with the live action. No, we're only talking about the cartoons. Only talking...
We're only talking about the cartoons.
Put it in the Discord server, in the media... Yeah, just whisper it. You could whisper it to one of them, or you could put it in the Discord server in the general media channel. As soon as I finish this broth, my model will stop freaking out.
No, it's hilarious. Watching VTubers eat is the funniest shit. Because their models just freak the fuck out.
My model's not even the funniest about it. The funniest model I've ever seen eat is Red Claws. Okay, that...
Just the mouth movements, but the no sound. The flailing because of the tracking kicking in and out. It's hilarious.
Very distinct, even in the live action version. Yeah, absolutely, Tim. Absolutely. In every version of Hook I've ever seen, I've always known who it is.
There anybody with a sword next to their name. So, me, Tamerlina, Niles, Hadaska, she's not here. Or maybe she is. I think she went AFK
Niles
for a bit.
just Rogers up with me.
Yep. Send the whisper to Niles. Alright. But yeah, I would put him B.
Solidly in B. B tier? Our first B.
If he had more significance to the plot, then he would be a little higher.
Yeah, I mean, he's one hell of a sword fighter. Dude can fight.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Cat R. Wall. Okay.
This is from Five Goes West.
My sound alerts? Are my sound alerts not working? Oh, no, they're not. Let me turn those back on. Okay, they're working now. Turned them off by accident. I pushed the wrong button. Apologies. Okay.
They're working.
So Caterwall is what happens when someone hands John Cleese a script and says, "Just go to town, buddy." And he does. This is literally just John Cleese being John Cleese for the sake of John Cleese. This is from An American Tail, Five Goes West. This is not a Disney movie.
Nope.
It's not a Disney movie. My brain just like fell out my ear.
We're grabbing villains from all over the place. Animated villains we wanted to talk about.
Yeah. It's not a Disney movie. And it's a great movie. Very nostalgic for me because it's one of my favorites growing up. And
I think I've seen this movie twice.
So what happens is he makes a puppet of a mouse and tells a bunch of mice with that puppet, "Go west. There's free land." And they do it. And it's really a setup for a bunch of cats to build a utopia for cats, and then they're gonna make mouse burgers out of the mice. That's their plot. That's their plan. And so he's very integral to the plot. Nobody would go west without him. And he does have pretty good on-screen presence. It's from... Oh! Peter Pan and the Pirates. Not even the same movie, Toaster.
Peter Pan and the Pirates is not is not the one.
No, we were talking about Disney's Peter Pan.
Yep.
Ultimate defense. Yeah. So, no, Haven, this is a Don Bluth movie. But anyway, he's got pretty decent on-screen presence. Anytime he walks into the room, you know he's there because, you know, they light him in a fairly good way. He's usually either the center of the screen or he's large on the screen. They do the perspective thing with him. Or he's, you know, the cat in a room full of mice.
Yep. Which
That's
automatically makes him the largest person in the room.
He love to be horny on mating also mice. It's true though.
I don't remember which movie it was. I think it was the Rescuers or something that had the window
That was the
just
Rescuers.
had a picture of a naked lady.
That was the Rescuers. Yep.
Yeah. A lot of these old films had a little bit of
Something.
a little bit of something mixed in because the animators either wanted to see how long it would take someone to notice or they were pissed off at somebody and wanted to fuck with them silently for years. Maybe they'd never even notice in their lifetime.
And then it would come back and haunt them later.
Yep. 90-year-old in their deathbed. Oh, I can't believe I did that. That was so immature. They never even noticed.
I should have just told them to their face what a jackass they were.
Right?
You're making some good points there, Niles. And you're right, Tim. You're right. It depends on the 90-year-old. But yeah, so Caterwall. I'm not going to give him A tier because he doesn't sing. I'm going to keep all our done.
Didn't like almost everyone in this sing?
Yeah, except for him.
That lowers him by an entire tier just on that.
Because John Cleese didn't want to. There's a musical number he was part of, but he legitimately talks through it. He has all the spoken lines. Oh, he also gets called Pussy Poos at the end of the movie and reduced to wearing a pink bonnet and booties.
Yep.
So, yeah. Have a nice lurk, Tim. And mwah. So, yeah, he gets reduced to A tier. Or what did I say? B tier? That. Clayton.
Tarzan.
This is the movie where my younger brother and I learned how to make shotgun sounds with our mouths. Almost commits a genocide. Well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Walking example of toxic masculinity. Yeah. So he's a poacher.
Yeah.
He's an asshole. He's a
He's a
walking
poacher.
example.
He's an asshole. He just, But
Yes. One of
definitely
Disney's
notice him when he's
few
on-screen.
on-screen deaths. One of Disney's few on-screen deaths, and perfect example of a dickhead. This guy walks onto the screen, you know he's there because he announces himself. He's got great voice acting. He's just slime. He's slime. He's a greedy
His voice actor
bastard.
is really good. I can't remember the man's name.
Yes,
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up.
He earned his death. This guy wanted.
Clayton from Tarzan voice actor.
What we judging? Fuck this guy. We're judging everything.
Brian
Flair.
Blessed.
Brian Blessed has a blessed voice. I had
The
to.
signature Tarzan yell is provided by Brian Blessed, the voice
Really?
of Clayton. He does the
Wow.
Tarzan yell, and he's Clayton.
Hi,
that
Daddy.
adds some cool points.
Newer villains are meant to be
Daddy.
super sympathetic. Yes, exactly, Toaster. This guy is just a bad guy. He walks in there thinking, I'm gonna kill me some gorillas, and that's all he's there for. He's not there because has got a tragic past. It doesn't matter. Nobody gives a fuck. He's just there to be a bad guy. That's it.
Yep.
And then,
However, his significance to the plot.
Oh no, Niles!
Kinda.
Yeah. His significance to the plot is a little bit What's your suggestion? Let's see if he's already there. Or she. Or they. What's the last second suggestion? Maybe I'll toss him in at the last second. Who knows? Maybe I'll be nice. Maybe I'll be nice to you for once. The Enchantress from... Oh! Wow!
The Enchantress?
Wow! Yeah. Who curses an 11-year-old boy in a castle full of servants?
Yeah.
Clayton's a coward.
But she's more of a plot device than, a villain. Because she's only mentioned. She's not actually seen anywhere. Except for, like, a brief flashback. But we'll get to that when we get to Gaston.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. She's more of a MacGuffin than anything. Anyway, back to Clayton.
Yeah. Clayton's significance to the plot. He's not the reason why Jane is there. Nor is he the reason why Tarzan is there and in the plot.
So
Jane is the reason why they're there in the jungle and hired Clayton to be like her bodyguard while there.
No,
because forest, dangerous animals.
Jane's dad is the reason they're there.
Right.
Remember.
So
Jane does have a dad.
He didn't just show up to kill stuff. He was brought in and decided to kill stuff while he was here. So, well, yes,
I would say
that does still make him a bad guy. That doesn't make him very significant to the plot. Once he starts like trying all of his bullshit about halfway, 3/4 the way through the movie, when it gets past the romance arc, then he becomes slightly more significant to the plot. But by that point, you're like,
Niles,
why are you here?
Wait on Gaston for Gaston's turn. Jesus. Patience. Clayton is C tier then, because he's not very.
I would say C tier, yeah.
Yes,
Tarzan has the leopard too.
Sabur is actually more dangerous to literally everyone. Not Tarzan's brother, Tarzan's mother, and his father. So, we're going to put you in C tier.
And
the monkey.
Tier.
And the monkey. Commander Lyle Tiberius Rourke. I love this guy. Also, fuck this guy.
How do you spell his name?
Rourke. I love Kelsey Grammer. It's voiced by Kelsey fucking Grammer. You don't have to look that up. It's Kelsey Grammer.
James Garner.
I'm sorry, James Garner.
Wow.
Look, I don't care. Claudia Christian voices the other person in this movie that I have a huge crush on.
She's so hot.
She's love so hot. Claudia Christian. Yes. This guy is actually a good surprise villain.
He is actually a good twist villain.
Hints about it for the entire movie.
Oh, yeah. Like, you can feel it when he's on screen. He's got great on-screen presence. He's got a great voice actor.
He's
isn't the reason why they're there, but he is the major driving force behind 3/4 of the movie.
Well, he was part of the first expedition. He did find the actual, the diary with the dude's dad. He did. Ooh. He was there for the first expedition. He was the leader of that team. The only reason Milo is on the expedition in the first place is because his grandfather was owed by the guy funding the expedition.
That, and he could actually translate the words.
Yes, he could speak the language.
So,
but he spends
yeah.
the entire movie talking out of the side of his mouth, giving the side eye, smacking people on the shoulder just a little bit too hard, giving hints here and there, and the person that Claudia Christian voices, whose name has just completely flown out of my head, does the same thing. She's in on it. They're all in on it.
Uh-huh.
It's just beautifully done. It's just chef's kiss. I love Rourke. Rourke is so well done. So well done.
Empire.
I love this movie. It was so fucking underrated. And it had Leonard Nimoy in it for like 10 minutes.
Helga Katrina Sin something? For fuck's sake. Just show me the character.
Helga. I love this movie. So, the first time I saw it, I was...
Sinclair.
Yes, Sinclair. The first time I saw it, we rented it from a Hollywood Video.
God, she's hot.
And this... we'd rented it for 2 days. And when it ended, my dad and I looked at each other, and he goes, "Yeah, we need to watch that again." And he started it over. That's how good it is. Like, within a span of the 2 days that we had it, my dad and I watched it 4 fucking times. Watch this movie. If you haven't watched Atlantis, fucking watch it. It's good. So, yeah. This guy is an S-tier villain. Because he's a master manipulator. He has great voice acting. He's got great on-screen presence. He actually kills somebody in the movie. This guy kills somebody. How many Disney villains actually kill people? Not a lot. Not a lot of villains actually kill people in Disney
I was going to say Frollo, but he doesn't actually... No, he kills that one...
Frollo
one
kills...
woman in the beginning.
Yeah.
Pushes her down on the step,
mother.
Kills her, and then picks up Quasimodo, intending to kill him, but gets stopped.
Oh, yeah. That... I haven't actually seen that, Niles. And
Nadia, the Secret of the Blue Water.
Can you write that down? Haven's right. He tried to commit genocide. For money.
Nadia, the Secret of Blue Water.
Yeah, one at a time, Moe. One at a time. So, I'm going to give him S tier.
Ooh.
If you agree.
Japanese anime TV show. That looks really good, actually.
Air.
Sorry.
Air. S tier? Yes? S? Hello?
A.
A? Okay.
I would give him A.
Oh, because
if he was the entire reason behind the plot, like he was the one that started all of the events, then he would be S tier. But because he is the major driving force behind like most of it, then he fits an A. Everything else is like not a chef's kiss.
That's that. I mean, Niles, they stole ideas from everybody for everything.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Cruella de Vil.
Oh my god, Cruella.
Shifting gears to the puppy killer. Yeah, that's true, Niles. Cruella de Vil. Okay, so she starts out the movie wearing a
Glenn Close.
That's the movie. That is not the animated movie.
Are you sure? Because it says 101 Dalmatians. Glenn Close. Cruella, Emma Stone. Once Upon a Time, Victoria Smurfit.
Good luck finding the 50s film.
The 50s film. Voice actor 1950. Betty Lou Gerson.
There you go. Okay. She starts
She was
out
born
the movie.
1914, died 1999.
Okay.
Oh, Niles found it just as fast. Go for it.
She starts out
What?
the movie where I've been trying to say this for the last 5 minutes. She starts out the movie wearing a mink fur coat. That's mink fur, which is, not okay. I don't know, like, in what world it's okay to wear real fur, but there it is. She wears real fur.
When you're in a survival situation, it's all you've got.
Yeah, but okay, but for fashion.
For fashion, no.
And she wants to kill Dalmatian puppies to make a puppy fur coat. She is the entire reason the movie is happening. She has a ridiculous on-screen presence. One of the laughs that will haunt your nightmares.
An amazing voice actress.
Yes.
She's a great villain.
They have
And
songs
she's
about her.
100% a villain.
Yeah, there's no... Fuck all of the live-action movies except the one with Glenn Close as Cruella. That one was actually really funny. But all of the sympathetic versions of this character can go fuck themselves. This character wants to wear puppies. There's no motivation behind that except I want to wear puppies. Because their fur is soft. She doesn't deserve redemption. Hi, Wolfie.
Nope.
And she doesn't deserve a backstory.
Nope.
She shouldn't have got one.
Oh, no.
She's a puppy killer.
Oh, yeah. Well, definitely S tier.
Yeah. S tier.
She ticks all the boxes 150%.
She didn't sing the song, but they wrote it about her. Cruella de Vil. Cruella de Vil. If she doesn't scare you, no evil thing will. To see her is to take a sudden chill. Cruella. Cruella de Vil. Also, I want to note that the dogs are, like, terrified in this picture. They just look fucking terrified at this picture.
Right?
No.
They're like, oh my god, she's looking at me.
Some of the budgets on these animated films were so bad that they ran out of certain colors for certain scenes, so they had to just fudge it hard
The whole thing where Pongo...
because they didn't have any money to buy more paint.
Yeah, right, Niles? That, like, she already had... I'm gonna say 75% of the dogs she needed. That's how they ended up with 99 puppies. That's a lot of
Yep.
dogs. That's a lot.
That is a lot of dogs. That's a lot of poop. So much poop. That house would just eternally stink.
Yeah,
And because they're
yeah,
puppies,
Flair, she
they're
was.
not.
They're not housebroken. Yeah,
Yeah. Who is
and they were
this?
poor. This is Edgar from the Aristocats,
Ah,
who set the entire movie in motion by kidnapping the cats and dumping them by accident. He was going to kill them. He was going to murder cats, which, you know.
Wasn't it because like the woman he worked for died and left everything to the puppies?
No,
Or not
no.
the puppies, the cats.
Okay, so he overheard a conversation between the old lady and her lawyer. And she was updating her will to leave everything to her cats to keep them comfortable until they died, and then everything was going to charity.
Ah.
He was getting nothing. And so... Oh, wait, no. He was getting stuff after the cats. Cats were inheriting first.
I wouldn't, like, fucking he should never have expected to get anything, period. Because
Yeah,
he's not her family. He works for her. He's an employee. He doesn't get her inheritance. That's not how that works. If she didn't have a family, and who else is she gonna give the stuff to? Charity.
Yeah, but because the cats were inheriting first, he decided he was going to kill the cats. So he puts them to sleep with sleeping pills in their food, and then abducts them. They fall off of his motorcycle sidecar. In their entire adventure happens because of that. So he's the reason behind the events in the movie. And when he says, at the end of the movie, he tries to send them all to Timbuktu, accidentally sends himself to Timbuktu. So he defeats himself with help from the horse. The horse kicks him into the trunk, and that's how he ends up in the trunk.
Expected to get everything because he put so much into his job. Yeah, that's definitely an entitlement.
I wouldn't even give him C tier.
I wouldn't say typical white guy, but yeah, definitely an entitled weirdo. And an attempted cat murderer, which just immediately makes him a dickbag.
Yeah.
As for on-screen presence,
he has none.
He's so forgettable I didn't know which movie he came from, just looking at him.
Yeah. The only reason I knew what movie he came from was because Tim requested him, and I had to look up his name.
I would say D tier. Probably D tier. I can't remember his voice actor at all. I barely remember him at all. But he is the driving force behind the entire plot. And that's about it. So. Yeah! Yeah, Dr.
Yeah! Dr. Facilier! I fucking love this guy!
Literally just watched this movie for the very first time just the other day. And holy shit, he's great. He's so good. Like, I hadn't seen the movie before, and I knew about this guy. I knew about the song that he does. I knew his significance to the plot, because everybody that talks about that movie talks about how amazing he is. Because he deserves it.
His song is the song from the movie.
Yeah.
It's funny
I
because
got
every
friends
Disney
on the other side.
Every Disney movie has a song from the movie, except for Little Mermaid, which has two. Part of Your World and Under the Sea. But fucking this movie has Friends from the Other Side, and it's fucking amazing.
Keith David.
And Dr. Facilier, like, when he first shows up on screen, he's just there. On the side. Yeah. He's just there. And he's there as soon as Tiana becomes an adult. He's there.
Yeah.
He's watching. He's always there. And then he's there in bold. He's there
in bold.
He's there loud and proud. he's pulling strings.
Yeah, he voiced Goliath too.
Oh my god,
and
he's
Spawn.
Amazing. Yeah. He's fucking awesome, and they bathe him in purples and greens, and it's like they're going for the black lights, but obviously they're not doing black lights because it's a cartoon, so they're going for the black light aesthetic with sugar skulls, and it worked. It was amazing.
Oh yeah, during his song when the what was it, mist or fog or something,
yes,
like
Lily.
flowed in front of his face, and it was showing a sugar skull on his face. Super fucking cool effect. Holy shit. So, if we consider the whole beginning part of the movie where Tiana is a little girl as being the prologue, because it really is, then from the moment she becomes an adult, he's just there. He's in almost every single scene. Somewhere. Yep. Only the swamp scenes are the ones where you don't get to see him because he's off somewhere else pushing the plot forward.
Yep. He is the entire
So-
reason that movie happens.
Yeah. Definitely S tier. He causes
If I had-
all the conflict in the movie.
If I had made a double S tier, he would be the double S tier. Or triple S tier.
Great
He'd be
voice
triple
actor.
S. Oh my god, you can't say enough about this guy.
Right? Great
He's-
design, great on-screen presence, driving force behind the plot,
And he can dance.
and he can dance.
Not all Disney villains can dance.
Oh, apparently in the TV show Once Upon a Time, he was done by Daniel Francis.
I don't know who that is.
Shit. What have you been in? Because I know your face.
I'm gonna be like 100% honest. I didn't make it. I made it through the first season of Once Upon a Time, chat, and I could not with that show. I just couldn't.
I confused him with a different guy because he looks very similar.
I just Shalom, motherfucker! I just couldn't.
Shalom.
Could not with Once Upon a Time. Just couldn't. What's up, Peach? I just couldn't. Alright.
Every Disney princess has an I Want song. Makes sense. You like his belly button poking out from under his vest? Yeah.
Okay.
Rolo.
Now that we've talked about the high end of epic Disney villains, now we're going to talk about the dark end of epic Disney villains. I have so
Like,
much to say about Frollo.
Oh, yeah. If Dr. Facilier was basically double S tier, this one is just crossing the threshold of S tier.
Oh, no.
He's definitely S tier, but he's
Okay, let's
got
first of all,
some issues.
let's take that self-care package. Anytime you see me turn to the side with my mouth open, I'm taking a drink.
Yeah, it's totally not my penis going in her mouth.
Nope, just the water bottle straw. Okay. First of all, this is one of the Disney villains that's based on a real person. This guy existed. That should fucking scare you.
Yep.
Because
this
I
guy
looked
really
this up
existed.
earlier. Secondly, Tony J was amazing. Tony J.
Yes.
From the narrator of A Bard's Tale to fucking Megabyte in Reboot, Tony J was an amazing voice actor and deserved everything good. Just, chef's kiss.
I agree 100%, Haven.
This guy. Fuck this guy. This guy
He's such an
was
evil
the
douchebag.
most fucked up, twisted bastard that Disney
Thought it was
ever
Tim
put
Curry.
on screen. No.
At least he turned to murder because of his horny instead of young boys.
I mean, okay, yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
that's dark.
Okay, Niles.
Catholic.
Welcome back, Adaska. Yes, Hellfire was an amazing song. This was one of the only movies that Disney was like, okay, we're going to psychologically dig into a villain. We're going to pick him apart. We're gonna do this. We're gonna make a movie more for the parents than the children, and they did. And there is no way this movie would ever work live action because of the song Hellfire, because of the amazing fucking animation sequence that goes with it. They could never do that with live action. Ever. It's so deep. It's so good. But this guy is one twisted fuckhead.
Go ahead, tell us all about it, sweetie.
This guy is such a fucktard. He's so bad. He's so bad. There is a level of narcissism in this man's head where he's like, I can't be wrong because I am a servant of God. So I must be right because I serve God. Therefore, everyone else must be wrong.
Right? The only other animated character villain that I've ever seen that gets anywhere close to his level of fucked up is the priest from Dracula, the Netflix animated show. That priest is like a discount version of Frollo.
You mean Castlevania?
Yes, Castlevania.
Unfortunately, there were a lot of priests that were like this. A lot of priests that were like this. Priests, cardinals, fucking a lot of high-ranking...
Still are.
No.
But we have social media now.
Frollo isn't a priest. He's a judge. But he considered himself a man of God. And he served under the church. Considered himself a man of God. And there was... The only reason he did not drown Quasimodo in a well, I might add, in a well, which he would have then polluted the drinking water for a lot of people. After he murdered the child's mother on the steps of Notre Dame, was because the priest called him out and said, "Look right here. God sees what you're doing, and you are fucked, my guy. You are fucked." And it was fear that caused him to go, "Oh shit, man, I fucked up. I better not do that."
Yeah.
But...
Though I don't think he realized that he did bad. I think he was just like, that's frowned upon. I probably shouldn't do that. I don't think he even admits ever that he's ever done wrong in this entire film. I think he always thinks that he's in the right. And that just makes him even worse.
He gave the child it's in the song. He gave the child a cruel name, Quasimodo, which is French for half-formed, because Quasimodo had a face only his mother loved. He murdered the woman because he was, a racist son of a bitch. He was just absolutely torqued in the head. And because he was so narcissistic, he just could not do any wrong. And literally, everybody else was wrong. And anytime he messed up, he twisted it so that it wasn't him.
Yep. Just gotta admit, Castlevania. The guys in it are way too pretty.
They're all a solid smash. Anyway, but yeah, so that's
solid
like,
smash.
I love the depiction of Frollo because it was Disney's first attempt at an actual narcissist as a bad guy, as a villain.
Yeah.
They went all out.
We know you do.
And
God, but yeah, he has amazing screen presence. He has the song of the movie, and it's the song you know when you think about this.
Welcome back! It's been so long! He should have been a priest. Yeah.
Do we have Mother Gothel on this list?
Yeah, of course we do.
Okay, good.
But so yeah, man. I would put him solidly in S tier because not only is he the driving force behind what, he raised Quasimodo.
He literally murdered Quasi's mother.
Hellfire is a fantastic song. He is the horniest bastard in the movie. He's just chef's kiss. He's a great villain. He's a great villain,
a shitty fucking person.
And he's got great on-screen
just because
presence.
we rate these people high on lists doesn't mean we like them.
No, we hate his guts.
We just like them as characters. in
He's
their
a well-written
stories.
villain.
We
I hate his fucking
them as
guts. I just
existences.
spent 10 minutes talking about what a great villain he is. I would still shoot him in the face.
Oh yeah.
I would happily.
Maybe not even shoot him. I'd dig my thumbs into his fucking eyes and just tear his skull open.
I mean, okay, to be fair, I would Blood Eagle this man. That's a solid Blood Eagle. For
Me or the fire, and she spits on him. Yeah.
Yep.
Gaston.
Okay,
Gaston.
okay, Niles, have at it. But I reserve the right to disagree with you.
Gaston.
Because Kefka exists. No
Is
one
not a
minds
villain.
like Gaston.
He's not
You
a
must
villain.
eat all these.
He's the hero of the story, but he's not the main character of the story, which makes him into a narcissistic asshole jerk. If he was the perspective of the movie, he would be the hero of the story, because he is fucking everything that a Disney
now wait a
hero
minute.
is.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. What do you mean he's not an antagonist? He tried to frame Belle, knowing that Belle's father was harmless. He hired the man from the asylum to throw him into the asylum to try and force Belle to marry him. That makes him an antagonist to Belle.
He is an antagonist.
He's also
But
a
not a villain.
chauvinistic prick who came up with the line, "Women shouldn't read," because then she starts getting ideas and thinking. Ugh.
Yep.
His words,
Yep.
not mine.
He fights the corrupt French nobility. Okay, so
He's just an incel.
he's got great on-screen presence.
He does
because
have great
he's-
on-screen presence.
He is an incel, because in any other story, he would be the main character and the hero of the story.
Because he's so
You don't
pretty.
realize until you actually pick apart Gaston just how much of monsters other heroes are in their stories. Link from Legend of Zelda steals, murders, causes extreme amounts of
Why
public
are we talking
damage.
about Link? Talk about a different hero. You picked on Link enough.
No, I'll pick on Link a ton because he's a twink.
No. Pick on a different hero.
Oh man.
Come up with something for,
All
for
right.
a different hero.
We'll use a Disney hero.
Yeah, use a
Aladdin.
Disney hero.
He's a thief. He steals. He
steals
lies.
because he's starving.
Yeah, but he still steals. He evades arrest, which is
Because-
illegal, no matter what
Because
country
he's
you're in.
starving. Yeah, okay, but in the country that he lives in, if you are arrested for stealing, you will have your hand chopped off.
Yeah, but if he was not the main character of the movie, if someone else was doing this perspective and he was a side character, he would be considered a bad guy and not
Have to play
redeemable.
devil's advocate.
He lies his way into the palace
No, he doesn't.
and tries to lie his way into marrying the princess.
No, he doesn't. He wished from the genie to make him a prince. Boom, he was a prince.
Did the fucking genie just suddenly spawn in an entire country and make him the prince of that? No, it changed his appearance and gave him some fake existences that would pretend to be his
Ah, oh,
servants.
Then
That's not the
genie,
same thing.
Then the genie didn't actually grant his wish, and he was owed a wish.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of plot holes in Aladdin. Like it's so full of holes, it's practically a fucking strainer for pasta.
Well, if he did grant his wish, then he was the prince of nothing. He's still a prince. He could be the prince of a shoe. He's still a prince.
I mean, you own 1 foot of land in Scotland, and that technically makes you a laird or lady.
Mm-hmm.
But are you actually a laird or a lady? If you went
Yes.
there and tried to stake claim on that, would anybody take you seriously?
I mean, I have the pedigree and paperwork.
Basically, there's a ton of holes. in Aladdin. It's crazy. But yeah, Gaston, not a villain. He's a quote-unquote hero of the story, which puts him squarely in the not a villain category. His other positive points are that he's got great on-screen presence. He has a really fucking catchy song.
You could even say it's the song from the movie. One of them. That movie has 3 songs.
Honestly, I can't remember the other ones right now. I only remember Gaston's, and I think it's because I'm thinking about him right now.
No one
one.
fights like Gaston. Yeah, that whole movie is fantastic. Like, I have seen
And
Beauty
the fact
and the
that he
Beast
eats 5 dozen eggs every day is horrible. He's
so
destroying that
many
village's
times.
economy.
I've seen Beauty and the Beast so many times.
Be our
I
guest.
watched
Yeah.
it in French and didn't even notice. Yeah.
His voice actor's
The-
great too. Did such a good job bringing the egotistical bastard to life.
In the actual story behind Beauty and the Beast, the town had an economy to begin with because of Gaston.
Well,
He was
yeah,
the
'cause he
hunter
was
that
also
kept
a
them in
hunter.
meat. Mm-hmm.
Yep. They fed him the eggs. He brought them the meat. I need 5 dozen eggs.
So Gaston, not even a villain.
Not even a villain. Great, but
General
not a villain.
Mandible.
Now, I barely remember this guy, but
Okay.
that's only because it's been over 10 years since I've seen this movie. I do remember bits of it because it came out at the same time as A Bug's Life, and I preferred Ants over A Bug's Life because of the war allegories and stuff.
Okay.
But since you
So-
probably remember him better, I will let you take the mic.
Ants. General Mandible organizes a war with the termites to distract people, to get everybody out, so he can murder the queen and stage a military coup so he can rule instead of the queen. That's it. That's the whole plot.
Mm-hmm.
There's
This is the driving force behind the plot.
There's a subplot where Woody Allen's aunt wants to think for himself, and aunt wants to help him. That's it. That's the whole plot of the movie.
Wasn't that one voiced by Sylvester Stallone?
Yeah, Stallone. Thank you. I couldn't remember his name. That's why I said, "Hey, Adrian."
Rocky. You could have just said Rocky.
Rocky's aunt. Look, the first Rocky movie was very different from the rest of them.
The Italian Stallion.
The Italian Stallion.
Was there any
But,
songs in this movie? I don't remember
No.
there being any songs in this movie.
No. Ants was actually pretty serious. Yes, Woody Allen is kind
Rambo.
of an oof too. But yeah. Rambo. Rambo was a very serious movie, dealing mostly about PTSD and how it affects soldiers when they come home if it's not treated properly.
Mhm. There was one song? What was it?
Oh yeah, the ants
I
go
don't
marching
remember
one
it
by
right
one.
now.
The ants go
Ah.
marching one by one. Hurrah, hurrah. We
Right,
slaughter termites
right.
just for fun. Hurrah, hurrah. 2 by 2, we'll all be dead before we're through. Yeah, okay.
But yeah. He's definitely a D. He's the driving force behind the plot, but he just kind of... He's more of a whimper than a villain.
Pony? Horse stick one? Yeah! He's forgettable, just like the movie. Thank you, Niles.
Yep.
Great.
And that's saying a lot, because I
Mhm.
liked Ants better than A Bug's Life. With that said, the villain from A Bug's Life is pretty damn good. He's on this
Yes.
list, right?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
Yes. Good.
I will let you take the mic first for Mother Gothel. have fun.
Oh, my mother on camera. Ah,
And
hi.
that's why
How's
you're
it
taking.
going?
That's why you're
She
taking
got the
the
black
med
hair
test.
instead of the blonde. Good God. This character, Mother Gothel. Oh, she's the driving force behind the plot. Because, you know, the whole flower thing. She worms her way in, kidnaps Rapunzel, puts her up in that tower. Just to continue using the Fountain of Youth-esque powers from the whole thing. Which the Rapunzel TV series, the animated series, I loved the second song that they gave her, the evil one that turned her hair black. That was cool as shit. Not Mother Gothel, but Rapunzel. Really cool.
Brown.
You were not prepared? Oh yeah, neither was I. Like the manipulation that Mother
Gaslighting.
Gothel just uses
She gaslights for the
all
entire
the
movie.
time is just so much of my childhood just on screen. And while I get it that, you know, Mom wasn't doing it maliciously, and Mother Gothel definitely is, because she wants to control everything about what's going on. I realize my mom wasn't doing that. But if you just look at it objectively, then yeah, she's got great on-screen presence. She has a great fucking song, which
Mother knows best.
I wish I couldn't remember it because it's just playing in my head on repeat now. She's just an alchemist that lost her philosopher's stone. She's such a mess. She's such a mess. I would put her in S tier.
Person. She's a horrible person.
She's a horrible person. Horrible person.
She is.
She is
my
manipulation
ex
in skin.
as a gal. Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Help! I almost married that.
Hmm. Thankfully, you married me instead.
Yep. So, sadly, S tier. Okay. Hans. Yeah. After Mother Gothel and Frollo, we're gonna talk about Hans.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not the villain of the story. He was not meant to be the villain of the story.
Okay, I have something for this.
Go for it.
Okay, because Frozen went through so many revisions during not just the writing, but during the animation. And nobody could be bothered to go back and tweak things. There is a point where you can tell they didn't mean for Hans to be the villain. And they could have fixed it. When Anna gets up out of the boat and walks away and he smiles. You can tell right there he's not supposed to be the villain. Supposed to be the fucking villain.
If they cut that tiny little bit out, then he would have made an okay twist villain. But because of that little bit, he makes no sense as a twist villain.
If that smile had been a smirk, a frown, or even just a huh.
Yeah.
Or even, even a twisted smile. A ha ha ha, I got you now, bitch smile. It would have been anything other than that soft little, she's so cute.
Right? If they had stuck to Elsa being the villain and had gone further into her being a villain, like having her going a little further off the deep end, having her want for isolation, making her do bad things to keep people away, and then having her redeemed in the end, the movie would have been 1,000% better. Because it would have shown that you can be a bad person, but somebody will still try to help you in the end. And you can be redeemed.
Or you can be a good person who does bad things.
Yeah.
Give us some fucking
nuance.
Who
does bad things. Yeah. Instead, they made it about, random douchebag decides to murder people so that he can have power, which is a fucking tale we've heard 1,000 times over. It's just done very shitty in this film.
Yeah, stick is right. Horse stick is right. Merchandising.
And merchandising. I will forever hate Hans because of what happened to Kingdom Hearts 3. Frozen the movie was being made at the same time Kingdom Hearts 3 was. They were building the Frozen world. And out of nowhere Disney goes, "No, you can't make Elsa the bad guy."
The Frozen world would have been
They had designed
so much
everything
better
around her being the bad guy, so they had to stop and leave that level almost completely unfinished, and then randomly make Hans the bad guy, even though he wasn't in the world at all until that fight.
They could have put Sephiroth in there and, put Final Fantasy back into... Never mind, that my Kingdom Hearts rant is not for this stream.
Oh man,
anyway.
So he's terrible.
Frozen
he's
was
not even
originally
supposed to be
written
the villain.
Snow Queen, where the Elsa's character was an evil. So the Snow Queen wasn't actually evil. The mirror shattered. A piece of the mirror got in her eye, and it corrupted her. And when the piece of that mirror was removed, she became no longer evil.
Yeah.
So Hans is barely a villain. He's a shitty twist
barely
villain.
A villain.
Not even smashable. He's just ugh.
If we
Lily,
exclude
you're right.
that one little smile, then he would be D. But because of that one little smile, and it's so obvious that he wasn't meant to be the main villain, he goes in not a villain.
Yeah, and
he doesn't fucking deserve to be on this list.
The line of "if only somebody out there loved you," I loved that line, but he didn't earn that.
He didn't earn that at all.
I was so mad, and the beginning, there were things about that movie that I identified so fucking hard with because I was expected for a really long time to suppress my own self and emotions and who I was for a long time. For a really long time, because I had a really, really, really uptight, conservative person living in my house that was like, you need to not act this way. You need to stop. You blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, all right, fine. You know what? For the sake of peace, I'm just going to bottle myself and not. So the song "Let It Go" was like, it hit so hard for me when I first heard it. 2-3 months out of boot camp.
There were so many times where I was coming home from work and I would hear her through the open window all the way in the parking lot belting out the song. And it's like, she's watching Frozen again.
I love that song. It's a great song. But the rest of the movie? Nah.
They screwed so much. He's not a driving force behind the plot. He's just a fucking shitty twist villain. So, not a villain.
Yeah, the movie irks my soul. Like, me and Air were rewriting it. And...
rewrote a much better version of, Elsa, when she finds out that Hans killed her sister, or tried to. She fucking
murders everybody. She freezes everybody.
Him and then shatters his dumbass and takes over as the Ice Queen of Arendelle and actually rules it as queen.
Yeah.
Does a great job.
It was overrated and it could have been so much better.
It was a reverse harem. Well, technically it was a harem, just,
Tim Curry!
Yeah.
Y'all knew Tim Curry was going to be on this list somewhere. Hexus.
Hell
I love this.
Yeah.
Adaska's like S tier just for Tim Curry.
Sexiest sludge ever.
A tier at least.
He's not the driving force behind the plot, but he has amazing presence. He's got amazing voice actor. He's got the best song in the entire movie and the only one that I remember. But he's not the driving plot of the movie. The deforestation is, which technically means all the humans are the actual villains of the movie. It's a very eco-friendly movie. There we go.
Muck became hot. Yep. So I have to say,
Muck is hot.
When I was looking for a
He was a
picture
Muck
of Hexus,
with a milk tank.
Okay, my brain hurts. When I was looking for a picture of Hexus for this list, I found so much fan art. It was really hard to find something that was just from the movie. Most of it was fan art. Most people who like the movie Ferngully and are adults do not give a flying fuck about the main characters. It's all about Hexus.
Yeah, because when you put them side by side, the main characters just practically don't exist. They're in like 80% of the film, and the second he shows up, it's his movie.
It is.
So while he's not the driving force of the plot, I would definitely put him in A.
Oh no. No, this is an S tier villain. This is an S tier villain. He steals the entire movie. This is the only character do you remember the main character's name?
No. I don't.
Exactly.
All I remember is one's a fairy and the other one was a dude that got shrunk down.
He is part of the
That's all I
driving
remember
force.
about them.
Jake. Nope. Jake is from Avatar.
Krista and Zach.
Self-care! Thank you, Lizzie, and also thank you for that shout-out earlier. Yep, Jake is from Avatar.
It's live action Ferngully. Oh no, there was a lot more weird, freaky alien sex in
There was
Avatar.
a lot more innuendos in Avatar. Don't play with that, you'll go
Right?
blind.
And tentacles. The tentacle braids? Tentacles.
Yeah, no, Lily, you're right. You're right. I watched it the other day. I remember Chris's name.
There was one alien sex in Avatar. Yeah, it was one alien sex too many. They were like,
No.
how do they reproduce? Oh, they intertwine their tentacles.
And have
Does
sex.
that mean he's technically fucking the thing that he's flying on because he attaches his hair tentacle to it?
Okay.
That's fucked up. I didn't want to think about that.
Okay.
Oh, why is that in my brain now?
That's not how they reproduce. You're wrong. you're you're wrong.
There's never enough alien sex. I mean, Futurama. They had
That's my
regular sex. Just
snoo-snoo.
attached Neurolinks to make it more fun. Oh, okay. Alright.
Hi, Zero.
I would love to be able to, like, mentally connect with Minx and share pleasure, because that'd be so much fun.
This sounds like some Fringe. That sounds like Fringe. That happens in Fringe. Yeah, that's in Fringe.
Because me, I'm like a peaceful river. Minx is like a raging ocean with a giant whirlpool sucking pirates down inside. Because the goddess Callisto is like,
Hey, look,
Hopper! Oh, Hopper.
Activate the ADHD. Boop.
Driving
Hey,
force
look, Niles
because
is
in the way
making a
the movie
really good
works,
point.
He's the god of pollution that has influenced people to pollute. That will make him stronger. Okay. If we look at it that way, yeah. Yeah, then he gets slammed right up into S tier. Because that was his only downside, was how little he was actually in the film.
I put him in S tier.
I'm glad
You
put
were
him in
you
S
were
tier.
just not letting me say that, but you know. Yeah, he does take over the tree chopper thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Niles, did you turn your oven off? Or has it been on for a week again?
Oh my god, why did you bring that up? Hopper.
He even possesses the machines and stuff. Yeah. And sucking on the smoke pipes and all that fun stuff. God or personification. You know, it's probably both. Yeah, no, you have to go look now. Tailpipe blowjobs. Yep. Alright. On to Hopper. Oh, Hopper. He's such a great villain.
Go for it.
He is the driving force of the first film. Because he's the reason why they're hoarding so much food. It's in order to pay their quote unquote protection fees to Hopper.
So, well, and all the rest of the grasshoppers, they're kind of the mafia.
Mm-hmm. They're basically the mafia. He's got a great on-screen presence. I don't know if they did songs. Did they do songs in Bug's Life?
Not that I remember.
Got a great character design, though. Did they make a second? Second what?
Make a second what?
I don't know. So Mean Air?
Toxic Sledge was actually Tim Curry.
Second Bug's Life. Ah, the first film. Did I?
Disney did do a lot of... We're only talking about first ones. We're only talking about first ones. Unless I feel like it.
Oh.
That's sweet, Wolfie.
Hopper's a mess.
But yes, Hopper is a mess. Okay, Adaska. Mwah.
Who did the voice for Hopper?
So, yeah. The ants are paying the grasshoppers,
Kevin
quote-unquote,
Spacey.
protection money. But it's food. Because grasshoppers are too lazy to get it themselves. And, yeah. Yeah. So what are you thinking? It's a really classic story of David and Goliath when it comes to little ant versus big grasshopper. But it's
Little ant versus big grasshopper.
But it's lots of
He's
little
got
ants.
great on-screen presence. He's legit terrifying the first few times you see him. Because you don't know what he's going to do. He's like that. He's like when you go over to a friend's house and the dad is kind of like really stern and growls a lot. You don't know what he's going to do. So the whole time you're there, you're like, please don't hit me. I'm not one of your kids. Please don't beat me. Kind of thing.
Welcome back, Adaska.
That's the kind of feeling that he's got. The abusive friend's dad.
You mean the friend's abusive dad? Unless your friend is also
I would
abusive,
put him
which
in
case they're not a friend.
Either low A or high B. He's not as great as the S tiers. It feels like he kind of slightly deserves in B and A, but I would, if I had to, I'd put him in B definitely.
I'll put him in B. I don't think he's very good. Because, I mean, yeah, B plus hours. B plus hours.
There is a weird smell. I'll be right back. Where is my mute button? There it is. Be right back.
Maybe the person in your friend's family that you're like, abuse people should be left alone with children. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I had a friend like that when I was a kid. Her dad was kind of a dickhead, but her mom was cool. And, you know, looking back, you look back on your kid self and you're like, oh, you know, things looked different as an adult. She had, her mom was an enabler. Not so cool now. Have you done The Horned King yet? We took that one off the list because I don't remember that movie at all. I know I've seen it, but I don't remember it at all. And, Thrax. You took the Lich off the list. Yes, I took the Lich off the list! I took the Lich off the list because I don't remember the movie he comes from. You can't just say one word, Niles. Thrax is another word for Dionysus. So it's a barbarian.
Okay, I'm
It's
back.
also in
The
the
cat
Urban
vomited,
Dictionary.
so I cleaned it up.
Fabulous. Oh, Osmosis Jones. No. I hated that movie so goddamn much. I love Lawrence Fishburne, but I did not like Osmosis Jones.
No. I preferred Cells at Work over
Also-
Osmosis Jones.
Welcome back.
Basically the same fucking story, but way better.
Yeah, Thrax is a great villain. For sure, for sure. And,
Cool
you
ass
know,
design.
who doesn't like Bill Murray? But the movie grossed me out so much. Like, when Bill Murray's zit exploded and hit that woman on the face, I was just like, oh god, I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah.
I am so out.
Cells at Work Black was amazing. Cells at Work Black was a better Osmosis Jones than Osmosis Jones. Oh, and the
And also,
really
I'd
hot
forgotten-
white blood cell was great.
But Thrax would be S tier. Yeah, okay. You're right. You're right. Thrax would be S tier because he legitimately killed people. I had forgotten his name was Thrax. So when you said Thrax, my entire brain went, Dionysus? Dionysus is not. No. Alright, Jafar! Jafar, he's our man. If he can't do it,
If he can't do it, no one can.
Jafar! Literally the first person you meet in the movie. Jafar is the driving force behind the entire story. He's manipulating the Sultan. He's the reason Jasmine has to get married and has to marry a prince. And I should mention, Jasmine is 15? Yeah, 15. He's trying to kill the Sultan because he wants to be the Sultan. He wants to rule. He's kind of Jafar. Okay, now he's Janir.
Jafar.
Yeah, he wants to marry Jasmine, who
Look
again,
at that. He's looking at chat like, I could touch that butt.
curse now I'm all washed out because, you know, that's very white. Low res Jafar can't hurt you. Want to bet? So, yes, he is nasty because he is, I believe, canonically in his 40s and Jasmine's 15. 40s or 30s. Maybe even his 50s. There's a
He's
huge
the driving
age
force
gap
of the
there.
movie. He has excellent presence. He makes a good villain.
He's
It's
a
amazing.
fantastic, and he's got that laugh. He got that laugh.
His voice actor
Prince.
is so good.
The real villain is coming. I should have put
Prince
Iago on this
Abu.
list. Prince Sabubu. I loved Jafar when I was a kid. Fucking loved Jafar. Because he was one of the only Disney villains that actually made sense to me when I was a kid. Like, not because he wanted to hook up with a 15-year-old. That made no sense to me as a kid. But because he wanted to be the king, and he was trying to kill the king to become the king. That made perfect sense
He would
to
do
my...
anything to get into power.
That made sense to my little kid brain. As a little kid, I understood why he was the bad guy. And when I say little kid, I was like 12 and under.
Yep.
The real villain in the movie is the genie, and now he's free. Is the genie the villain?
There are so many fan theories about the genie and about how Agrabah is like basically a petri dish,
Oh, okay.
and the genie is actually the god of the story, controlling all their lives and making shit happen from the background. Because the genie was the salesman, the weird, creepy thing. The Sultan's animal stack, the beast is featured inside it. Yeah. He's a salesman.
Yeah, there's a There's a
Yeah,
whole
we're not
lot
going
of
to go there.
There's a whole lot of fan theories that say he's got everybody in a snow globe, yada yada yada. Yep.
Yep, that is the genie, which means that he wasn't actually trapped in his lamp at the bottom of the thing.
But it's also not
was
the
all a
genie. It
plot
was just
contrivance.
they were like, okay, we need somebody to sing this song, and Robin Williams said, I'll sing it.
They did Robin Williams so dirty with that film. That's why he doesn't come back.
How do you figure? He came back for the third one.
He told them no merchandising.
Oh, yeah.
He would lend his voice to the genie as long as they didn't do merchandising for the movie. And of course, Disney went, sure! And then immediately did merchandising.
Yeah. No,
They
I mean,
took him and was like, here, let me take this giant fucking stick and just shove it right up your ass, stir up your insides. They didn't give a
that's what they do to
shit.
everybody.
It wasn't merchandising, it was using his name to promo the film. Either way, they did him dirty, and it was just not okay.
Yep. And when they showed him the script for the second movie, he said no. And yeah. Anyway, we're not talking about the real villain of Disney movies is Disney. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Jafar.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about Jafar. Jafar is an S-tier villain. He is the driving force
Absolutely.
behind the plot. He has insane on-screen presence. He turns into a giant motherfucking snake in this movie.
Mm.
Leovic can bite my ass. He has a great design. He's just... There's no sympathetic backstory. There's no nothing. He's just an asshole. Does he deserve to become a genie?
Infinite cosmic power. Tiny little living space. Yes.
Does he deserve it? Doesn't matter. It becomes his undoing.
It was basically jail for him, so
And in the second movie...
you can say he was technically arrested.
In the second movie, it's how they kill him. So, you know, S-tier villain.
Yep.
We love Jafar around here, and in a he's well written, and we would love to punch him in the face kind of way, or just do what Genie does and grab him by the goatee and lampshade it. God, that was so funny. Judge Doom. Judge Doom is here on a technicality.
Who framed Roger Rabbit?
Half of this movie is animated. And this character is actually a toon. And Christopher Lloyd plays him like he's a cartoon. And only Christopher Lloyd could have played this part.
Absolutely.
I fucking love
Christopher Lloyd kills it as Judge Doom.
I love his character so much. For the record, his real name is Baron von Rutten. That makes way more sense. He is amazing. He's amazing. And he's also one of the few villains on this list who actually kills someone. Several someones.
Uh-huh.
There you go, Wolfie. On screen, he murders somebody. You can see it happens on screen. The shoe!
Yep.
Yes, Niles. The
Turpentine.
shoe. The fucking shoe. That poor shoe.
He fucking murders a shoe.
Mm-hmm. And you feel
Rude.
bad for the shoe! They do this in such a way that you, as the viewer, feel bad for a shoe. He has great on-screen presence. He walks onto the screen. You know this man is there. And you know he means business.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Even the Star Wars movies never cap that.
Is he the driving force of the plot, though?
Yes. Yes,
What
he is.
was the plot?
So he kills Eddie Valentine's brother by dropping a piano on him. So that sets all of his everything in motion. He's trying to destroy Toontown because he is a self-hating Toon.
Okay. So he hates what he is.
He hates
Then
what he
yeah,
is. He hates.
he's an S tier villain.
Yeah. The only thing he doesn't, he also framed Roger Rabbit. He is the one who framed Roger Rabbit. He is the answer to the question. And defeating him fixes everything. They also run over him with a thingy. One of those the thing. The thing. What is that thing called? Steamroller. They run over him with a steamroller. Yes. And it doesn't kill him because he's a Toon.
Uh-huh. Reinflates himself with a helium tank.
Yep.
As Horse Stick said.
Yes. Yes. I agree with you, Niles. One of Christopher Lloyd's best roles ever. He's fantastic. It would have been funny if it was a Zamboni. Yeah, but they did that in a Michael Myers movie. They did.
Triple S tier. So, S tier.
Yeah, I didn't make a triple S tier. I should have, but I didn't. Okay. Anything else we want to add about this guy? Why we still have him on the screen?
Nope.
Okay. The King and Queen of Hearts. I don't know, I put them together on purpose because I just watched Alice in Wonderland and literally everything she does, he condones.
I didn't know there was a King of Hearts. I thought there was only the Red Queen.
No, the Red Queen is from the Tim Burton movie.
The Queen of Hearts. I didn't know he existed.
She's only called the Red Queen in the Tim Burton movie. But in the original Alice in Wonderland, there is a King of Hearts. And every time she does something, he holds up a scroll and says, by the order of the King of Hearts, and then whatever it is that she says.
Wow.
Yep. And exactly, Niles.
Fresh Flintstone's mom.
She's a narcissist, and he's her enabler.
Yep.
Oh, Horse Stick, why you got to insult Fred Flintstone like that? You thought he was a scream?
Wow.
No, he's the king.
I guess they're into the size difference thing. He must have a massive scepter.
Look at his crown. What about his crown? He's the king, will die by snoo. Yeah. Everything she does. Yeah, the crown is to prove he's actually the king. Everything, but he gets permission. The reason that Alice goes on trial is because he wants to have a trial.
She just wants to straight up off Alice, and he's like, trial.
He's like, I want to have a little trial first. Can we do a trial? Just a little trial? And she's like, fine, we can have a trial if it'll shut you up. And he's like, yay, a trial!
He's just a fancy butt plug. That's not a crown. That's the handle to pull him back out again. Do some stretches in there. Kick the tires a little. The royal butt plug.
No! I just thought of Donkey and the fucking dragon.
Oh. I've seen that hentai.
No!
I wish I hadn't.
Prepare the royal loop.
Hey, yo, they had kids. Yes, they did. But then Lily exists, just saying.
Yeah, which one of you was claiming
Well,
to be say-so?
She is a succubus. We call it royal jelly instead of petroleum jelly. It's just royal jelly.
Never ever use petroleum jelly as lube. Ever. 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 Ever.
Well,
ever,
they say not to use
ever.
butter as a lube, but it's delicious.
Okay. Anyway. We get off this topic and go back to the Queen and King of Hearts, please.
Let's see.
I mean, Niles,
driving force behind the plot.
I have
Not
heard
really.
you swear without the channel points. It just really takes some effort.
Right?
You'll never look at him the same. No, they don't drive the plot at all. There's barely a plot. It's a fever
There's
dream.
barely a plot. It's just a fantastical adventure in another world. She's literally an isekai character.
It's a fever
Alice
dream.
is.
It's a dream. She's dreaming.
It's a fever dream. She ate some candy. Okay. There was a story I wrote that was definitely 18 plus. Read. That was 18 plus, called Wonderland and Alice. That's all you're getting from that. I preferred that version's telling of the plot, where basically Alice took drugs as a kid accidentally, and that was how she ended up in Wonderland, had this weird crazy adventure, and then moved away from all of that when she came down from her high. Later on in life, she accidentally gets drugged again, and then we have the whole adventure plot where the queen was a lesbian, with the royal scepter being an interesting device.
I was gonna say her hair kind of looks.
But
like
the
a
whole
butt plug.
drug trip thing makes more sense.
Her hair kind of looks like a butt plug.
It does. Now I'm picturing a hair job.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Niles makes a good point. They're antagonists, but so are
Not safe for work
Wolf.
fan fiction, exactly.
They're
They're antagonists, but they're not
most direct
really-
harm.
Yeah. Not really the villain, just an antagonist, I guess.
Red Queen from the sequel
It's kind of hard to
is
say.
a-
I would put them in
Yes.
D tier, just to be safe.
Red Queen from a sequel book. Yes. Yes, from The Mask in the Mirror. Mhm. But most people just kind of roll them into the same character.
Looks like a gnome holding a butt plug.
Okay, I'm just gonna put them in D tier, just as you suggested,
Yeah.
and move on. Moving on! Through the Looking Glass. What did I say? The Mask in the Mirror. That's a Lorena McKennitt album. Huh. Also my favorite Lorena McKennitt album. Lord Shen.
Yeah, zoom in on him so we can see him.
Uh,
Lord Shen. What do we even say
okay.
about this guy?
Niles is repeating fuck over and over again. Forgot
Got
the best villain? You love him as a horrible villain.
The Nothing.
The Nothing is... Okay,
From the
First of all-
Neverending Story.
the Neverending
was a
Story
live
is
action
not
film.
animated. Neverending Story is not animated. It's got a soundtrack though, and it's great. Anyway, back to Shen.
It's the Neverending Story.
The never-ending story.
All right, so
Dishes and laundry.
I've only seen Kung Fu Panda 2 one time.
Okay,
and
cool.
That was with my kids, and I think I read a book in the process, so.
Great. So, Lord Shen is fucked in the head. This guy decided that he was going to kill a lot of people to try and impress his parents, and when his parents were rightfully horrified and banished him for it, then he got really pissed off about it and then killed even more people.
Yep.
And yeah.
He's basically one of those evil people that does evil things thinking that they're normal and okay and doesn't realize it.
So
even when people tell him that he's being an evil cunt, he's like, "Oh, no, I'm the right one. You're the weird ones. You should accept me as I am." Which is bullshit.
And love me anyway. Yeah. He has several points where he's offered redemption and he rejects it every time.
Yep. Every single time.
Yep. His on-screen presence is phenomenal. He's literally a peacock. Not just he's a white peep. He doesn't have albinism because his eyes. Oh wait, no, his eyes are red. He's an albino peacock. Oh no, Niles, they are in alphabetical order. I didn't put him over Tai Lung. They're in alphabetical order.
Yeah, they're in alphabetical order.
They showed up where they did was because I put a K in front of them for Kung Fu so they would be together.
Yeah.
Yes, he is also a Shrek, raging narcissist who screams that he's the victim.
Yeah. Yep.
He victim blames too. He victim blames too. So he'll like point at other people who are that he has persecuted and be like, "You fucking asked for this."
Yep.
Yeah,
he's
exactly,
a monster
Haven.
through and through.
Exactly. He doesn't want to be redeemed. He wants to be enabled. He wants people to tell him that he is right. Yes, S tier all the way. He's a fantastic villain. Yep.
I'll agree.
Yeah. And he also like he does a variation of Tai Chi. So it's very visually appealing, and he uses his feathers as weapons. Very well written, horrible individual. Exactly. And you know, he's a bird.
Yeah.
And everybody who knows me really well knows how I feel about birds. I don't like birds.
There's a reason why they call it bird brains.
Oh no, birds can be very smart. Just
they're very smart.
You are wounded.
They're just stupid, and I hate them. Let's not even put into the fact that I'm terrified of owls. I love owls, the way they look and everything. I'm terrified of them. I love the way they sound. Don't like them.
Peacocks are nasty. Peacocks are very, like, in real life, peacocks are nasty. Crows and ravens are great. Peacocks are nasty. They're rude. They will chase you down. And
birds aren't real. They can't hurt you if you don't accept them.
They're nasty. They're almost as horrible as geese. Not a wife's a songbird. Oh, Lizzie, no. Songbirds are fine. I'm talking about big birds. Things that like chickens, turkeys, geese, swans. Any people who like swans have never had to deal with them in real life.
Swans are evil. So are
swans
ducks
are
and geese.
Horrible. And
freaking monsters.
Yeah. Peacocks are awful. That's all I'm gonna say. They're fucking awful.
Let's not even get started on emus. There was a whole war that Australia lost because of emus.
Emus. Birds aren't real as a fake conspiracy theory.
Yep.
Big Bird is 6. I want everybody to remember that. The character of Big Bird is a 6-year-old. That's supposed to be a 6-year-old child. You remind people of that.
Let's not forget that owls are... Yeah, let's just move on. Let's move on.
Moving on. Tai Lung.
Now, I have seen this movie like 4 or 5 times. I love it. I like Tai Lung as a character. I like him because I understand his motivations. He was raised to be the Dragon Warrior. He was told his whole life he would be the Dragon Warrior. He did everything in his power to be the Dragon Warrior, and at the last second, some old guy went, no. And then he proved the old man right by instantly flipping the script and becoming just the most horrible of people. Using all of that power and training and everything that he had earned up to that point to do bad things. As a child throwing a tantrum. It's great. If he had been accepted and made the Dragon Warrior, I think he would have turned out fine.
No,
sometimes
he would have been an arrogant
the difference
bastard.
Between a hero, yeah, he would have been an arrogant bastard, but he would have made a fine Dragon Warrior.
So
it's just that for some people, for some heroes and villains, it's one event that determines what their alignment is, and for Tai Lung, it was that moment. Sure, he would have been an arrogant, narcissistic hero, but he would have been a hero. He would have been the Dragon Warrior. But because he got rejected, he became a evil, narcissistic villain. And that was his nuance, and they wrote him so well. They wrote him so well for that.
He was a furry Darth Vader.
Typical wuxia protag. Yeah. Well, in wuxia, it's not about your alignment. It's about pursuing your goals. You can do bad things as long as you get what your stuff done is. Everybody wants to get immortality.
I'm sorry.
If that means
what was
destroying
that sentence?
a village.
Did you say what your stuff done is? What?
I can English, I swear. It's not the sour candy in my mouth fucking up with my tongue. Fucking up with my tongue, yes.
Okay. Okay. Sure.
I'm gonna set the rest of the barrel aside. Eric good at word speaking, yes.
Yeah.
I'm so good with words, I practically trip over them. I English good. I practically turn the pages of a Webster dictionary with my tongue. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Just over there like, shut the fuck up.
Oh, I'm gonna let that go, Haven. I'm just gonna let that go. Just like Elsa. Let it go. Anyway.
She talking about her,
so yeah, Tai Lung is a very entitled little piece of shit.
Yeah.
And so are a lot of characters in wuxia novels. Very entitled.
Yeah. But he's not the driving force of the plot. The driving force of the plot is the Dragon Warrior, in quotations, as the title.
Yeah, the driving force of the plot... Well, no, because if you think about it, the reason they need the Dragon Warrior is because Tai Lung is coming back.
Yeah, but if he hadn't been rejected, he would have been the Dragon Warrior. So the Dragon Warrior title itself is the driving force of the plot. Because he got spurned away from it, he became the villain. Because they're trying to find someone to fight against him, they eventually find Poe and train him to be the thing. So technically Tai Lung isn't the driving force. It's the title of being the Dragon Warrior that is. So that's a negative for him.
And he's just kind of an asshole. But, yeah, he's a bad guy, so being an asshole
he's a bad guy. Like, you can be an asshole and not be the bad guy. I'm an asshole. And I hope I am not a bad guy.
How long should I make you squirm?
Oh, okay. Apparently I'm a bad guy. I'm gonna go cry now.
You're not a bad guy. Shut the fuck up. Did he really leave the call?
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, no, he did murder and shit, but like he's not in the same. Yeah, exactly. He's not in the same tier as Lord Shen.
No, he's probably B at the highest. He's got great on-screen presence. He's got a great voice actor. Like,
Niles is over here trying to give him A tier, and you just want to strip him down to B.
yeah, I give him B because, again, he's not the driving force of the plot. It takes a lot away from that. And this wasn't a movie that had songs in it, as far as I can remember.
Yeah, but it is a movie that had Jackie Chan in it.
And Jack Black. There we go.
Mm-hmm. And Mako. It's one of Mako's last movies.
Yeah.
All right, so, yeah, Lucy Liu's not a selling point for me.
So yeah, B. I'll go with B. What do you say?
I've always liked Tai Lung.
Mm-hmm.
It was an unfortunate thing that somebody else used that name for me.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a snow leopard. Yes, Niles, I'm a furry! Thank you very much! This is a smashable character, okay? B tier, god damn it!
Did the tail give her away? Was it the ears?
A tier, shut the fuck up. Putting him in A tier because it's smashable and moving on.
The evil stepmother.
Lady Tremaine.
The
so
evil
furry, I have
stepmother.
4 ears. You know what? You know what?
Yep.
Okay. Lady Tremaine. One of the few Disney villains to have resting bitch face. And she rocks it. She fucking rocks it.
So well.
Does Monster Fucker? Okay.
Mm-mm.
No. You can be a furry without being a monster fucker. You can be a monster fucker without being a furry. I just happen to be both.
Yeah.
Yes.
I also happen to be both.
Okay.
Until I identified as a friggin' eldritch tentacle monster from space that would be very happy to probe you in all of your orifices. I was a lion.
You're still a lion. Shut up. Because you were lying around. No. Sorry.
Yep. I'm just lying around. Very lazy.
So, Lady Tremaine is the main character's and the title character's stepmother.
Mm-hmm.
You get the feeling throughout the movie she doesn't even like her own children. She definitely doesn't like her stepdaughter, treats her stepdaughter like a fucking slave.
This is from Cinderella, by the way. For the few of
if you're
you
not
that don't
familiar with fucking Cinderella, we don't ever see the dad. No, the dad dies, and that's what kicks off the treatment, the bad treatment of Cinderella.
Yeah.
That's only
because it was like very shortly after they got married that he died. I think, you see, I can't just use Cinderella, the animated movie, to judge this character because
you have to
of the other Cinderella movies that do so well and characterize her so well. And Morticia. I don't remember her actress's
Angelica
name.
Houston.
Angelica Houston played her so well. Like, you
so
can
you're talking
tell.
about Ever After.
Yeah. In Ever After, it's obvious that she starts to hate Cinderella only because of how much she reminds her of Cinderella's father and how much she misses her. So she starts to hate her because of that pain that she keeps bringing up. But that is from Ever After. In this one, you never get any of that. She just seems like a bitch who just hates Cinderella for some reason because she's young and pretty, maybe? I don't know. And potentially killed him. Probably.
Wow, okay, that is a tiny, tiny image.
Your Opera GX is showing.
I'm aware.
On stream.
Yes,
there we go.
I'm aware. Anjelica Huston. I love Anjelica Huston. We're just gonna show her for a minute because this was
Morticia
actually a better movie. This was a better movie. This was the best Cinderella movie ever made.
Yes, it was. It was the best Cinderella ever made. And when I think of Cinderella, this is the movie I think of every single time because it was
no, you know what?
version.
I take that back. There was another Cinderella made where Brandy played Cinderella, and I fucking love that movie because Whitney Houston.
No,
but anyway.
I remember what it was called. Yeah, but for the animated Cinderella, she was not a villain. She was an antagonist. She was just trying to ruin the main character's life. She wasn't trying to...
Yes, Niles. But the best line in that movie came out of the Chamberlain's mouth, and it was directed at the stepmother, and he was played by Jason Alexander, and when she got in his face and was like, "Don't you wish there was something between us?" And his answer was, "Yes, madam. A continent. I died." I was like, yes! Yes! Yes, Rodgers and Hammerstein's Cinderella. It was a fantastic movie where it was basically a Broadway show that they filmed. It was just fantastic. It was fantastic. Anyway, so yes. The only reason she hated Cinderella was because Cinderella was not her biological child, but she didn't even like her biological daughters. You could tell by the way she disapproved of how they handled literally everything. She treated them like they were dumb. But
because they were dumb.
Yeah, they kind of were. They were both awful. And we're only going on the first movies. We're not talking about sequels, partially because I've never seen those sequels.
I haven't seen them either.
Yes.
Narcissistic mother figure has once again entered the picture. Yeah.
But she's not.
I heard about that. And I'm happy for that.
And her name was
Anastasia. She's just a fictional character and grows up, but anybody that can find...
Her name is Anastasia.
...redemption and, grow as a person, I approve of that.
Yeah.
Does it change what they did in the past? No. But it does mean that they have the potential now to do better.
Mm-hmm. You can't erase your past, but you can learn from it. You don't have to let your past define you, but you can definitely let it make you stronger.
You don't forgive the murderer for killing people, but you at least accept that he's changed and trying to do better.
Okay.
That doesn't mean you have to like him, or accept him, or that anybody will lose any sleep if you kill him. But,
what are we doing with this character?
I have no idea. To be honest, I don't think she deserves higher than a C. She's not really a villain. She's just an antagonist.
She's not a villain.
She's just a hateful, spiteful woman, and that's about it.
So, not really a villain. So, she goes in that category of not even a villain.
Not even a villain.
Okay.
Oh,
Maleficent! I'll let you go first because I got a whole rant.
She's so hot. The animated version of her is so hot. I'm not talking about Angelina Jolie. I mean, this is so hot.
Oh my god.
She is a goth
David.
queen. Yes.
I figured
Absolutely.
as much.
She turns into a dragon. Yes, she's a scaly. She's a green-skinned beauty. She is definitely a villain, but all of that could have been avoided.
Okay.
If you really look at the story, she wasn't the villain. She was just retaliating. She did take it way too far, though.
Okay.
But she was retaliating.
So, what had happened was, she was not invited to the party. Okay?
This is from Sleeping Beauty, by the way.
Just from Sleeping Beauty, yes. She was not invited to the party. She was supposed to be invited to the party. You always invite powerful fairies to parties. Duh! But she was actually really ready and willing to basically say, my invitation must have been lost. Really and totally. Be ready to do that. She walked in that door, and the king and queen were like, "Oh shit, she's here."
Yeah, it was Merryweather.
But Merryweather couldn't keep her fat fucking mouth shut. Yeah. She was like, "You weren't wanted," and that's what kicked everything off. If Merryweather had kept her goddamn mouth shut, everything could have been avoided.
Yeah,
but no. So the real villain of the story is Merryweather.
Yeah. Now, the whole sleep to murder thing, yes, she wasn't trying to murder the infant. She was putting a curse on her to kill her later in life. So it wasn't the infant she was trying to kill, it was the later version of her when she had, started living her life and then would be murdered. Just to give her parents just enough time to grow attached to the child and then have the child die. Which is really fucked up. Don't get me wrong. That's really fucked up.
Yeah, absolutely. Prick her finger, she's gonna die.
All of that could have been avoided. If they had just been willing to accept, oh, yes, sorry, it got lost in transit thing, and the stupid fat fuck had kept her mouth shut. Oh, of course, that's when you get raided. Welcome aboard the SSS More Horny. My name is Minx. I am a Diok. I am the White Tiger variety. I am the captain of this clusterfuck of a ship. I am Wander. I have ceased my wandering this wonderful evening to broadcast my signal from space, and we're doing a villain tier list tonight. We are rating animated villains from various places based on bullshit criteria that we came up with. Thank you so much for the raid, Chief Macbeth. Come on in, grab some popcorn, put your feet in, up. I'll get my prepositions right eventually. Put both feet directly in. I'll keep my butt cheeks fully spread. You shove them boots in there.
How was your stream, hun?
Deep as you can. Suplex City.
Oh, you were playing Resident Evil 4? Nice! Oh my. Oh my. Oh boy. Well, yeah. So right now we're talking about Maleficent and how we'll give you the cliff notes. The cliff notes are she wasn't invited to the party. Everybody knows that. She showed up anyway. Was basically willing to let bygones be bygones as long as they were polite to her. And Merryweather couldn't keep her goddamn mouth shut. Said she wasn't fucking wanted, and that tipped her the fuck off, and she said, nah, fam. Curses.
Nice.
Curses for all of you.
Yeah. Can you imagine the blessing? Can you imagine the blessing that Maleficent would have given if they had just let bygones be bygones and Merryweather had kept her fucking mouth shut? Can you imagine what the goth queen who can turn into a goddamn dragon would have blessed this child with if they had just shut the fuck up?
Yeah, if Merryweather
or better yet, had actually invited her. Because that's what you do when you go to someone else's, baby shower. You give a gift or a blessing. She probably would have gifted the child a fucking protective dragon or something.
Yeah, it would have been
powers
awesome.
Of hell, yeah. It would have been amazing. But they screwed that completely and made an enemy out of someone they couldn't afford to be enemies with.
Because they were more afraid of her than anything. They should have been afraid of her. They should have respected what they feared. But no. No. And yep.
Gift
What
of
ended-
sweet goth style. Yeah.
And what ended
His
up
wise
happening,
manners are so important. Exactly.
what ended up happening was because of that, she became a villain.
Mm-hmm.
Yup.
Again, it's like with Tai Lung, there's a moment where something happens and it changes the person's alignment.
The real villain was
She
the
became the
monarchy.
villain of the
Now, wait a
story
minute.
because Merryweather was a cunt.
Yep, Merryweather was the real villain of the story.
There would have been no story
Have a
at
nice
all.
lurk, Macbeth. And mwah.
They'd been nice. Scare aroused.
I mean, to be fair, in the original fairy tale, which was a lot darker, when she showed up to the party, they were like, "Oh, you're here now. Let's get you a plate and some silverware or some plateware." And what they got her was a wooden plate and wooden plateware, which was like, nope.
Yeah.
Lily, that is not what happened. She woke up, the mother of two. It was a horrible, horrifying, terrible story.
Mhm.
Sleeping Beauty is fucked up. It's completely fucked up. We're not talking about that. I'm just talking about the party.
The
And the reason she went off like a bottle rocket was because of the disrespect of a wooden plate and wooden fork and knife. You do not give the fairy queen wooden stuff. You give her your gold. If you are a human king.
Yes.
She's a fucking fairy.
Yeah.
You're a goddamn human.
You respect the shit out of her because she can kill you. Or worse. Oh man. But yeah, S tier villain.
Yeah. Because she turns
Not
into a
that she
goddamn
technically
fucking dragon.
deserves to be there.
Yeah.
Because
S-tier
the whole
fucking villain.
technicality of that, all that could have been avoided.
Yeah,
But
because
she's definitely S tier.
She retaliated like hard. But
Oh, yeah.
she's not the one that put the whole kingdom to sleep though.
She basically
Y'all
set
wanna-
off a nuclear bomb because someone gypped her
We don't
or insulted her. It's essentially how she handled that.
Yeah,
Excuse
like
me, Goth Queen.
She didn't
Goth Queen, mommy.
I was to put that out though. She didn't put the entire kingdom to sleep. The other three did.
Why?
Because the
What?
princess was sleeping. Yeah, don't you remember? When the princess pricked her finger and went to sleep, the other three put the entire kingdom to sleep so that they wouldn't age around her.
That's fucked up.
Yes! They were all just as bad as she was. All of the fairies were villains too.
I thought Faye could touch gold. Silver,
They can touch.
I understand. Iron, I also understand. Iron because it's just a metal of the earth kind of thing. But copper? Copper and silver? Or not copper, silver. Copper and gold?
Yeah, all fair.
Although I
different.
suppose it would be offering and then her politely refusing would be the proper etiquette.
Yeah, you
know?
offer. You offer the
You
best.
offer and give her the ability to go, no, thank you.
Yeah,
You don't offer her your worst shit and be like, here you go, bitch. And expect to live to see the next day.
That's like. What is a fae? A fairy.
A fairy. Or fairy,
Yeah.
you know. Magical being.
A magical being from the folklore of.
Ah.
Yeah.
Fair folk.
Fair folk.
Yeah.
Ireland, Scotland, Wales, England, France,
So, S tier.
Germany.
She's memorable. She's hot.
She sets in motion the
Extremely
entire
powerful.
film.
Has so much fucking presence.
Green fire.
Green fire. Which is burning copper, by the way. If you set copper on fire, it burns green. Just so you know.
Oh.
Apparently, hell is full of copper.
Niles.
Green. Like them.
Also, lots of laughing. Maniacal cackling.
Oh, yeah. Such
Hot
a good
maniacal
laugh.
cackling. Mm-hmm. Niles
Hot
full of copper
maniacal
confirmed.
laughing. It's full of pennies.
So,
yep.
So Niles is corroded copper?
You're the Tipple the Tipple S villain? Yeah.
Tipple?
Yep.
Did you okay, you can't talk today.
I cannot word today. I did stream earlier today.
Boogie!
Oh, Oogie Boogie.
Well, well, well. What have we here? Santa Claus, huh? Ooh, I'm really scared. So you are the one everybody is talking about. I love Oogie Boogie. I love this movie.
Bollywood tears zoom in. Musical
He
dance
is
number.
literally a bag of bugs.
It's a sack of bugs. A burlap sack of bugs.
Okay,
That
so
apparently has been covered in a lot of jizz because he's glowing. Just glowing it up.
okay.
You wish Tim Burton had nothing to do with this film?
Significance to the plot: 0.
Zero.
Pretty much, almost 0. Like,
The plot is, wanting to do Christmas, wanting to change. Oogie Boogie is just kind of there and does his own thing.
Yeah. He's got a nice casino though, full of blacklight stuff.
Yeah.
He has a good.
He's got some good on-screen presence when he's on screen, which isn't very often.
He is mentioned a couple of times before he's brought onto the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who let him be the cum suck?
Yep. Yeah.
He does appear in the intro song. Yes.
Yep. He's the face on the moon.
I love
the shadow on the moon at night, filling your dreams to the brim with fright.
He's not the villain. Jack
Oogie Boogie
is the villain.
boogeyman.
Yes.
Jack is the villain.
Jack is the main character and the villain. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, Oogie Boogie, not even the villain. But he is an antagonist. He is set in motion because of Jack, but Jack has to save Santa from Oogie. The what? Hello?
I'm still here.
Yep. Okay. You just stopped talking.
Sorry, I was staring at chat. Baby Toothless, I need you to say something other than booba. You've got 10 seconds before I ban you.
Is Baby Toothless even here?
Yes. Every time I see you, it's just 1 or 2 comlets that make no sense. Okay. Alright. Back to Oogie Boogie. So, don't mind me, I whipped out my daddy stick. I put my pants back on, it's fine. He's just a sack of bugs. He doesn't... he's not really a villain. He's got a good song or 2. He's fun. He's just not the villain.
Okay.
Not really. I mean, he wants to kill Santa Claus, but if you don't believe in Santa Claus at all, it doesn't fucking matter. People are more than their parts. They're people.
Okay, so not even the villain. I figured that was where we were going to go with Oogie. Alright. Prince John.
Prince John.
Too late to be known as John the First. He's sure to be known as John the Worst.
We shall name every toilet in the kingdom
John's. I love Robin Hood. I love this movie. Absolutely love this movie. It's one of my all-time favorite Disney films for so many reasons, and not just because I'm a furry.
Oh man. It definitely wasn't this movie that let me know that I was a furry. I know exactly what let me know that I was a furry, and I can't talk about it on stream.
Wait. Whoa. Niles. Why is John not the villain? John is trying to usurp a throne. The sheriff is the villain. The sheriff of Rottingham? The sheriff is a villain. They might both be villains. They can both be a villain. Hiss is also technically a villain.
He's literally a snake. Which I don't understand why snakes always get a bad rep. Sure, they are weird freaks of nature that somehow move around without arms or legs. But still.
Sheriff is the villain of the film.
Broken.
Because Christianity. I mean...
Because Christianity.
Let that go. The only reason I'm letting that
Bring
go
me
right
100 foreskins of my enemies.
I am going to beat you.
I'll do you one better.
Poor Leuvik. Right.
He's got arms. He can crawl. If you look at the anatomy of snakes, it's so weird how they move. Their skeletons and their muscles are not really connected. They are, technically. But, just thinking about their ribs, in quotations, moving around inside their skin to move their body somehow, it's just weird. It's freaky. But even with that said, I find Naga hot. Lamia hot. It's just snake heads, actual snake heads, freak me out. There's something about the shape and the look of a snake's head that's just terrifying to me. The rest of the body, fuck it. The sound of a rattlesnake, I grew up in the South, so everybody down there knows what that sounds like and is rightfully terrified of it.
I'm just
even the cute little hog snakes. There was a fucking 4-foot-long black snake on my grandmother's porch one day. She points at it and goes, "Oh, look! Big Blackie's back again." And I look at her and I'm like, "Why isn't he dead, Granny? Why haven't you shot that thing yet?" Shit, you couldn't use the front door because this fucking massive snake was curled up on the front porch. Right in front of the double doors. It's like, oh hell no. What crevice of hell did you slither out of? You monstrous little fuck. That's what a broom is for. No. Yeeted off the porch? No, it was the porch. It got there, it curled up, it became the porch. There was no getting around that thing.
Should I move Hiss off the screen?
No, it's fine. His is animated. He doesn't even look like a snake in the face. He looks like a person that has, snake colorations, which is easier for me to handle.
So I've been reading chat while you've been ranting about snakes. And, okay.
Well, we had a backdoor.
I tend to agree with Niles, actually, in this case. The sheriff is actually the one going out and doing all the bad things. And
yeah,
John's just benefiting from it. Even in Mel Brooks' movie. I realize
it's like a Mel Brooks movie. Yeah. The Sheriff Rottingham was the main villain. Prince John was just incompetent and selfish.
Yeah. Well, that's why Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, there is no prince. It's just the sheriff.
I'm sorry. I
What?
happen to be born in Tennessee. You know,
Oh, God.
I was raised by a Southern lady. Grew up in a Southern family. That is just my growth period. And trauma. Lots of trauma.
So,
A lot of trauma.
You talk about that black
I
snake.
know!
I was in Siegel, Pennsylvania, at a farmhouse. Found a black snake under the porch. Coaxed it out, wrapped that bitch around my arm, and chased people around the house with it.
Oh yeah, I know
like-
they're harmless.
I love
I know
snakes.
they're not venomous.
I
But
hate spiders.
I get it. Yeah, she hates spiders. I hate spiders too, but not quite as much as her. She look at it and scream. Catch snakes
love
for
snakes.
fun. My mom killed a garden snake once. Killed it dead. For some reason, my young, dumbass self decided to put it in my backpack. No fucking idea why. Mom smells a rotten snake and is like, "Did you put it in your backpack?" I'm like, "I don't know." Of course I did.
And you
Terrified
wonder-
of snakes. Somehow picked this motherfucker up and put it in my backpack. I don't think I was scared of them yet.
It's a surprising number of
Anyways,
villains happening.
Not even a villain. Not even a villain. Who's next?
Okay. The Evil Queen.
Oh. I might like women with power. Also, hot on the right side. The left side, not so much.
Okay, she has evil in her name. Absolutely, Lily. This broken. This bitch. The mirror is the true villain. Yeah, the mirror is the true villain. Okay.
Yeah, because the mirror told her all this bullshit. If it had kept feeding into her ego, it would have been fine. She never would have attacked Snow White. Maybe she would have later, but still, dick move, mirror.
Okay, now hold on a second. Have you seen? You have. So, in the movie Mirror, Mirror, they came up with the concept that the mirror didn't actually say anything. It was just her madness.
Yeah, that was really cool. Like, her own self-centered narcissism had slowly warped her perception of reality and made her psychotically crazy.
Yeah, so that the mirror was actually not speaking. It was just in her mind.
I loved the effect of the apple when it was dipped in the poison and it came out looking like a skull. Cool as shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, schizophrenia.
That was so cool. But the magic turned her into an evil witch.
There's such bad nightmares.
At least
when
that's
we were
my
young.
understanding of that.
Yes, the magic warped
Yeah.
her into a crone. She
Yeah.
was so hell bent on killing this young girl, this 14-year-old child, that she
Yeah.
was willing to give up her own beauty to become a crone.
Yep. You think evil witches are hot? I've known some evil witches that are hot. But you know what they say? Don't stick your dick in crazy. Just like how they say don't stick your dick in a toaster.
Can't be an S tier because
As
her
warm as it
design.
gets, that's not
Should
okay.
need to explain why those tropes are bad.
She can't be S tier because of her design. Design?
I don't like tropes of any kind, so, you know. Unless they're being stood on their head and spun around in circles.
Right?
Yeah, Niles.
So for on-screen presence, I don't remember much of the Evil Queen as her Evil Queen self from Snow White.
Yes, Toaster!
I mostly
because
remember
she
her
looks
being
like
the
a
crone.
Jewish caricature!
Yeah. Yeah. I only remember her as being the crone. I barely remember her being the evil queen because I don't think she stays as that for very long. I'm pretty sure it's like halfway through the film, which is like her third appearance on screen, is when
Her
she does the
evil
whole cauldron thing.
when she is an evil queen, she is fantastic. Like, they left out a chunk of the story where she's got the box and the huntsman, and which is fine. I mean, it didn't need to be there for an animated movie. Which,
Yeah, it's literally
when
like
this
the last 20 minutes.
when this movie came out, cartoons were not actually made for children. Movies were made for adults, and kids just had to be there and be quiet. But
I think the first animated film that Disney did that was actually aimed at children was The Lion King. It told an adult story, but it had fart jokes. It had Timon and Pumbaa in it. And it was the first movie I saw in theaters. I fell asleep halfway through, but it was the first movie I saw.
The Little Mermaid came out long before The Lion King. Fritz the cat, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
I think the reason why I think of The Lion King first is because I saw The Lion King first. I saw The Little Mermaid after that.
Yeah, this full-length film. Yep, 101 Dalmatians.
Jeez.
Yep. But this was the first full-length animated film Disney did, and it was not for kids. But anyway...
Huntsman just wanted that evil queen, mommy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But the huntsman had a fucking conscience. So when she was like, take her out there and cut out her heart, he was like, do I want to get my dick wet, or do I want to be a murderer, or do I want to do the right thing and maybe not have sex with the evil queen? And for once, doing the right thing won. And he let her go. He did let her go into a dark forest. But still, he didn't just straight up cut her heart out like the queen wanted.
But yeah.
You okay?
So, yeah. Can't make her S tier. I wouldn't even give her A tier.
She is the driving force behind the plot because she just straight up wants to murder the main character.
No,
and that was
Broken.
what caused the main character to flee and to cause the adventure to happen in the first place. She's got great on-screen presence. That's about it. It's just kind of it. I would say, yeah, I agree with Broken.
I'm sorry.
C.
Yeah, C tier, but I'm sorry. We don't talk about the Chris Hemsworth films.
Oh, yeah.
Those films ask me to accept a reality where Charlize Theron is less attractive than Kristen Stewart, and that's just not a thing.
Yeah, that's not a thing.
Patriarchal demands not letting women age gracefully. That does not... Yeah.
The mirror did look cool, though. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and for some reason feels threatened by Kristen Stewart. Yeah, please, give me a break. Charlize Theron is fucking hot.
That's like being threatened by a mannequin. Rasputin!
Rasputin! You know how hard it was to find a picture of Rasputin? Because when you type in Rasputin from Anastasia, you find pictures of the real Rasputin.
Rasputin. Rasputin. That's his greatest love machine. I wouldn't want to make love to that, but, to each their own. Holy shit, was he great. He's got amazing on-screen presence. He drives the whole plot forward. Yeah, Christopher Lloyd again. An amazing voice actor behind this guy.
No, this is not Disney. This was Fox.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people think this is Disney. It's not.
Yes,
Yeah,
apparently
it's
he had a
Disney
moose cock.
now. It's Disney now, but it wasn't Disney when
Yeah.
it came out. And
No.
Meg Ryan as Anastasia was just fantastic. This was a great movie.
Yeah.
This was a great
He's
movie.
so great. He causes the whole plot to happen.
Was Don Bluth.
He's got great screen presence. He's such a great character, too. Like, you like him when he's on screen. You know he's the villain, but you still like him, especially with his interactions with Bartok?
Bartok, yeah. Bartok steals every scene he's in.
Oh, yeah.
But, okay, so yeah, he drives,
necromancer,
the story. Rasputin actually kills people. He has great on-screen presence. He sings. And he almost wins. He sort of does win.
In the dark of the night, evil will find her. Da, 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 da.
So,
It's amazing.
We love Rasputin in this house, but only this one.
Don Bluth left Disney to draw the same damn boyfriend every time.
Yes, and Anastasia fucks up his phylactery. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So
he's definitely Bluth's boyfriend. Come, my minions, rise for your master.
Come, my minions, rise for your master. What? I love this movie. I fucking love
It's
this
so
movie.
good.
Some of my favorite songs are just from animated movies are in this movie. Oh, male love interest and all that.
So.
Oh
yeah.
my god, Niles, you're right. They all look the same. They all have the same haircut.
It's just like how every fucking anime harem protagonist looks exactly like fucking Jesus-kun.
Okay, yeah, okay, moving on. We're moving on from that before I get started. Okay, A tier?
The prince from Thumbelina.
A tier?
Yeah, A tier. Well,
Or S tier? A tier or S tier?
S tier. S tier. He definitely ticks all the boxes.
Yeah, he does.
All right.
Whoop, shit.
I can't remember this guy's name.
Rothbart! Pardon
Rothbart.
me, Monsieur Rothbart, you wouldn't happen to have a map or something in the castle? This is the guy from the Swan Princess. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. He also sets the entire story into motion by kidnapping the princess and turning her into a swan.
Yep.
He also turns into a dragon. Sort of.
Was it a dragon? I always thought it was like a weird griffin harpy thing.
Well, they call it the great animal.
The great animal. Basically, he turns into the devil.
Have a good night, Wolfie. Sleep well. Mwah. Is this some Zeus
Is this
shit?
some Zeus
No!
shit?
No!
Not even.
He turns the girl into a swan.
He turns the girl into a swan. A giant green bat. Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't green. Hold on.
In
I
my
have to
defense,
fucking Google this.
In my defense, I haven't seen the movie since I was like 12.
The Great Beast.
Animal.
Swan.
The great animal.
Princess. The great animal. Yeah, he's a giant green bat, which had some CGI.
Yep.
Jesus.
Mine
Hybrid animal.
too, Adaska. I loved it. Because it was... Oh, corny. Because it had a French frog that insisted that if the princess kissed him, he would turn into a prince. And when she did finally kiss him at the end of the movie, he did this little funny dance thing and then looked at himself in the pond, and there happened to be a French prince standing over him. So he saw the reflection of that prince and then was like, haha, it worked. And then went into the party and was making people scream, and pass out and goes, haha, the ladies still fall for me. Jean Bob stole the entire movie. He's black with green highlighting. Let me get technical, just like...
Odette. Odette.
S tier. Okay. Niles, we can't just rate everybody S tier because some of their design happens to be like yours. It's a different shade of green! Blue is better than green.
He's got great on-screen presence. He causes the plot. He's got a great voice actor. I can barely remember it, but I remember the timbre of it, and I liked it.
I love green
S-tier,
too, but
though?
blue is still... Blue is the base color for green, and it is better.
You love green gross?
Green is advanced. Blue, green is what happens when you mix RGB. Oh my god.
RGB, I mean. I would say A tier.
Yeah, A tier. I was gonna say, we can't put everybody in S tier. Jesus.
Right? Well, it's not just that. I don't feel like he's quite at that threshold. I would say he's like A+, but not quite S. He's not like the next one. Scar. Scar is
Jeremy
S.
motherfucking Irons. Jeremy motherfucking Irons. Let's
get this
start
out of the
from
way
the
right
top.
now. He's S. He is 100% an S.
percent S
and
tier.
here's why.
Let's start from the top. The story would not happen without Scar.
Yep.
Scar
causes the story to happen.
Literally murders his own brother and tries to kill his own nephew so that he can be king.
Yep.
The only reason he fails to set up the death of his own nephew is because his minions are idiots.
Yep.
No, Niles, that actually puts him as even better of a bad guy.
Yeah.
He's pure fucking evil.
Yes.
He does all of the illusions. He does the side eyes. He does the sarcasm. He does the... He's just a sarcastic asshole from start
He's
to
a master
finish.
manipulator.
He's a dickhead.
He's like a half-baked evil leader. Like, he can draw together an army to do bad things, but then he's terrible when it comes to actually ruling.
But
Like a certain other person we know,
one of my
or
favorite
can think of, not know.
one of my favorite things about Scar, like as a bad guy, or as a character, the way he's written, is that his writing is consistent throughout the movie. Not a lot of characters get this courtesy from writers anymore. And all the way up to the end of the movie, when he's being confronted by Simba, he chooses to try to talk his way out of it instead of fight. It's not until he sees that he has a cheat advantage of throwing ashes, burning ashes into Simba's eyes, does he think he can win the fight and then try to fight.
Yeah. Like, the illusions weren't necessary. That's true. They didn't need the Nazi scene. They really didn't.
Not.
But he was definitely the villain before that, and he was definitely the villain after that. It just kind of went with his weird song. They could have done other stuff for it. They could have written anything else. They didn't have to use Nazi imagery. But they did. And unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, it made him even more evil. It wasn't what defined him as an evil character. He wasn't, a good guy before that and a good guy after. It didn't make him an evil character. It was just, like the extra frosting on top of an already frosted cake. Not saying I'd eat him, but I would wear him.
He'd make a very handsome throw rug.
Yes.
And just think, whenever he gets dirty, you can take him outside and beat him.
Yeah, you don't go to a Disney movie expecting
so
Nazi
many
imagery.
people did not realize that Zazu's voice actor was Mr. Bean. So many people did not know that. Yeah.
That is hilarious to me, and I love it. I had no idea.
You didn't know that?
You know, I'm bad with names. I'm really bad with names. But the second you said Mr. Bean, I knew his face. I was like, oh shit.
Oh my
Started
God.
off as an engineer, but decided he wanted to do acting.
Oh my God, that explains the entire skit with the VW.
Alright. But yeah, that's Scar. Scar causes everything to happen. He has a great design, great voice actor. He's an actual villain. He kills people. He ruins everything he touches, and it's beautiful.
Oh yeah, and when he's on screen, he's always either in shadow or he's being bathed in green or red. He's never, ever in the light. He is always, like, they gave him the 100%, we are going to make it very obvious that this is the bad guy. Remy fading shower
Everything
bed.
the light
Good
touches
night,
is our
Remy.
kingdom.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Everything the light touches is our kingdom. What about that shadowy place? We don't talk about that. Scar was always in the shadows.
Sleep well, Remy.
He was never in the light. He was never part of the kingdom.
Broken, I haven't seen a single live-action remake. Not one.
And honestly, if they treated it like an actual lion pride, Mufasa would have had to kill Scar in order to be king. Because that's just how it do.
Also, I want to point out, the fact that Scar's mane is black means that it's never been pulled out. He's never been in a single fight. He's talked his way out of everything.
Technically, it means he's never lost a fight. He could have been in fights and won. That's why it will stay black. But when they lose it, they either pull it out or it falls out due to the way that lion biology works.
He got the.
They take that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
According to the book, the books and stuff that I had years and years ago, he got that scar when he was a cub. His name before he got the scar was Taka, which means trash. His parents literally named his older brother King and him Trash.
Yep. Yeah, they set that up long, long ago. The
parents are the villains.
Yeah. This is why you don't give your kids shitty names.
Yep.
You give your kids something generic and pleasant, and that's it. You stop there.
Parents are the villains
parents
again.
Are the villains again. It's almost like it's a Disney film.
Yeah, it's a Disney film. Yeah. Okay.
Avoided combat / never lost. Oh, the fairy godmother from Shrek 2.
Oh, sorry, Lily.
You're not prepared for that transition. Just hi. How you doing? It's like, she's peering into my dick. It just retracted all the way up inside my body and popped out my right eardrum.
For a hero to the morning light. He's gotta be strong and he's gotta be fast and he's gotta be fresh from the fight. I need a hero.
So, Professor Umbridge from Harry Potter.
Why are we talking about Harry Potter?
Is basically the live-action version of the fairy godmother from Shrek 2.
How do you figure?
They're both master manipulators and think that they're doing the right thing. And it's just pure evil. It's disgustingly pure evil.
Wait, you think
They're
she thinks
like
she's...
feed a baby raw sewage kind of evil. Because they think it'll boost their immunity.
Wait, how do you figure Fairy Godmother thinks she's doing the right thing?
She's trying to put her son in the best position possible. She thinks she's doing right by her kid by manipulating and destroying everyone around him that could possibly get in his way. It's gross. And was my my brother's grandmother. So I got to meet this person in real, like fucking reality. Hated that woman. She's long gone. Long gone. She'd be 100 something right now, actually. You okay? Yes, what Niall says.
She's... yeah.
If you want to look at like bad mothers, you got your neglectful parents, and then a tier up from them is your Karens / helicopter moms, and then you've got the fairy godmother who takes all of that shit and just makes it even worse. She's the worst possible route you can get going down the Karen route.
She's like Karen plus.
Yeah.
Because there is a point
Karens
in the movie
are the
where
villains.
she literally says to Charming, be quiet, mommy's handling this.
Yeah. Shush. I'm speaking for you.
Pretty much.
God.
Okay then.
Ah.
So S.
But she has, yeah, she's got great on-screen presence. Like, I hate her as a character, but written as a villain, she's an amazing villain because she does her job perfectly well. You hate her whole fucking existence.
But she
and
is
that's what's supposed to happen.
So much fun when she's on screen.
Oh yeah, she's right up there with Mother Gothel. Yeah.
Okay, we're transitioning again.
Yep.
Shan Yu. Okay. Yeah, now all of China know. Okay, legit, almost did not include Shan Yu. Because I kind of almost forgot he was in the movie.
He's not really...
The real villain of the movie Mulan was not Shan Yu, it was sexism.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say it. The real villain was sexism.
As far as Shan Yu goes, he has great presence. When he's on the actual screen, he's got great presence. And his voice actor is pretty good, too.
Yes.
His design is cool. The black with the yellow eyes.
Hey, you know, Black Sclera is a really nice design!
I know! It's like you've got that!
Yeah.
Which, I'm so excited for like a live 2D model. Or if I had just a GIF for a model. You know those sea slugs that get the parasites in their eye stalks and the way how the eye stalk strobes?
No.
That's what Air's eyes do.
Yeah, he's so he is an antagonist. He does kill
a lot of people.
Oh, he does cause the death of a lot of people. His body count is huge.
He kills what was his name?
The general.
The general, the dude's father. He kills that guy.
But he is not the villain. But there is a sense of foreboding that builds throughout the entire movie because of this man.
Yeah. Like, the reason why they were going around recruiting people for the army is because of him and his army.
Yeah.
So, kinda. The
But
whole reason why she joins the army is so her father doesn't have to. So you could say that technically he pushes the plot because
thank
of
you for the
that.
hydrate. Mm-hmm.
But we don't really get to see him until later. We just see the effects of his existence, which either makes him a really well-written villain or a very poorly executed one. It's kind of
He's
a...
kind of he's like
I would say he's either
villain.
B or C tier.
Broken. Sweetie, you're such a good boy for me. Yes, you are. You know you are.
He is a plot
and I'm
point.
so proud of you. Mwah.
He is a very fun boss in Kingdom Hearts 2. Mulan's body count is probably also huge. Yeah, she killed so many of those.
Okay, Daska. Mwah.
Oh, I burped. Excuse
yeah,
me.
the doll
She killed
scene.
so many of his army in the avalanche. Only like 8 of them survived.
Okay, so he is kind of a plot point.
I'd say B or C.
I'm gonna put him in C here.
Good night. Love your face. Sleep well.
Shere
When you do go to
Khan.
sleep. Shere Khan. He's a tiger. He automatically gets pretty high up there with me. But also, he legit scared me as a kid. Shere Khan.
See, when I was a kid, Shere Khan didn't scare me at all. This fucking snake scared me more than Shere Khan did.
Right? It's been a very long time since I've seen the Jungle Book. I don't actually remember what caused the plot to happen.
Shere Khan.
Wasn't it that he killed, like, Mowgli's parents or something?
Yes. He killed Mowgli's parents. Mowgli was
Okay.
then adopted by a pack of wolves because Bagheera took him there and dropped him off and was like, "Here, have a man cub." And the mother of the pack was like, "Cool, I have cub now." And the father was like, okay, fine. Another cub, whatever. So they raised him, they loved him, and then the Council of Wolves said Shere Khan is coming back. We're gonna have Bagheera take him back to the man village. And Mowgli was like, "But I don't want to go. I'm gonna be a bear now."
Yeah.
And Baloo was like,
Also,
"Hell
I
yeah,
love
let's
this
go."
picture.
This
I love
is
this
great.
picture.
This is a screenshot.
He's trying
from the
so
movie.
hard to like hypnotize Shere Khan. Shere Khan's having none of that shit.
Oh yeah, no, I do believe right after this he baps him in the face.
I think he was in the process of doing so, the way his
Bare
hands position.
necessities.
Paw.
The Mother Nature's
For the
recipes.
bare necessities, the simple something something.
The Mother Nature's recipes. Forget
Yeah,
about
there
your
we go.
worries and your strife. But yeah, so Shere Khan set the entire plot in motion twice.
He's got a great design. He's a tiger.
He has fantastic on-screen presence when he's actually there.
Yeah.
Because he announces himself in the way every male tiger does by fucking roaring.
Yeah. That's the thing about the Lion King. The roars in it were all done by tigers. Actual
Big
lion
difference.
roars are not that loud and aggressive. They're kind of more lazy.
Quiet. Yeah, lions are. Oh.
Oh, apparently he's got plans for tonight. Oh, God.
Plans?
Okay. Welcome back
Question?
then, I suppose.
Welcome back, Adaska.
Have some ice cream, some Pop-Tarts? Yeah, have some ice cream and Pop-Tarts and hang out with us. Online D&D. Nice.
Oh.
I could
But
go
yeah,
for some
so-
Pop-Tarts.
Shere Khan did not scare me as a child, but apparently scared Air.
Yeah.
So,
I was very young when I saw the Jungle Book for the first time.
so was I. But the snake scared me more. Because, you know, Shere Khan doesn't hypnotize. you.
Hilariously, the snake didn't scare me at all in this film. I wasn't bothered by it. I think
Well,
I developed a fear of snakes later in life.
I liked the live action version more than the cartoon. So the live action version that I saw when I was a kid had Jason Scott Lee in it, and what the fuck? Wow,
I think I saw the
Cleese,
Mowgli
had John
movie.
Cleese in it. So, but yeah, S tier because of all of the things that we've been rating everyone with. He's definitely an
On-screen
S tier
presence, moving the plot forward, design, voice actor. You know, is he a villain or not?
Lord Farquaad! DreamWorks literally
Thinly
named a
veiled.
character Fuckwad and got away with it.
Yep.
Yep!
Run, run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man.
Monster!
I'm not a monster. You are. I fucking love that scene with the gingerbread
Yes,
man.
Hadaska.
Now come drop buttons. Tell me, who's hiding them? Do you know Muffin Man? The Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man! Who she's married to. The Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man?
I love this movie. I love
She's married
Shrek.
to the Muffin Man. I want the
love
kids to
Shrek.
see this at some point. It does have
We
a little bit
have
more of adult
all
humor.
of them. We have all of them on DVD. Oh my god.
I know.
Some of you may die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. I love this movie. Ugh. Fucking love it.
Way better than it could have, like, it had any right to be.
It was so good.
The concept is so silly, but it was so good. And I love that Mike Myers did the Scottish accent for Shrek. Because he was doing the character and he was doing a normal voice. I think he was doing an English voice and he just hated it. He hated everything about it. He's like, please, let me redo the lines with the Scottish accent. And they were like, but you did most of them already. He's like, just let me do it. So he did it, and they were like, this is fucking amazing. Take more money, do all of them.
Farquaad pointing at the text.
Getting picked off of Prince of Egypt, getting Shrek'd, and being assigned to animate a character called Lord Farquaad.
So, Lord Farquaad.
Oh, man.
Was supposed to go and rescue the princess himself, but he doesn't. He holds a tournament to send a knight, and ends up sending an ogre. So he is the reason everything is happening in this movie. Legitimately the reason everything's happening in this movie, because he's clearing out the fantasy characters because he hates fantasy characters. He's also, a self-absorbed piece of shit.
Oh, yeah. He is such a narcissist dickwad.
On-screen presence, in spite of his
lacking stature. There we go.
Yeah.
His vertically challengedness.
Men like him are in short supply.
his fucking teeny weeny. He's got a lot of great on-screen presence, especially that scene where he's marching up the hall.
I feel like he has room to grow as a person.
He does. He's got so much room to grow as a person. When he's marching up the hall, when you first get to see him, and he comes into the torture chamber, and he walks up to the table, but the table's taller than he is, and it has to drop down. It's the funniest fucking thing in the world. The guy's like 4 feet tall. It's great. It's great. He's S for short.
Yeah.
It hangs to my knees. I mean, if your legs are only like a millimeter long, even a Tootsie Roll is gonna be long. We stand for Short King. Oh my god.
Syndrome!
Syndrome! The Incredibles. There's so much hentai of Elastigirl. Ah, of Helen Parr.
Okay, so Syndrome
But
is...
I know. We're talking about Syndrome.
Okay. I need to reboot now. No,
Oh, man.
The original breeding kink shamer.
You two had kids? Mr. Incredible hooked up with Elastigirl?
And got busy!
Busy.
This fucking guy. Oh my god. So, legitimately, he became a villain because he was an obnoxious child. Putting
himself in danger.
An entitled little shit who was sent home.
He was Robin.
He was
Robin.
Wanted to be Robin. Who was sent home by his, not Batman. And was told, make sure his mom knows what he's doing. And, he didn't like that, so he was like, alright, if I can't be a sidekick, I'm gonna be a villain. And that is how he became a villain. That's his whole backstory.
He used his mind to invent so much cool shit. If he had just been a good businessman and had gotten over his fucking, gyppedness as a kid,
would you stop
and had just
saying
invented
that,
stuff. What?
Could you stop using that? I'll tell you later.
Using what?
Anyway, he's just a bad dude. He's just a bad dude. And, comes out with really cool shit to kill people. And it's not okay. The real villain is Capes. No Capes!
No Capes.
No Capes! And he is stopped by his cape. Yeah. After, friggin' Helen Parr gets thrown into him. But yeah, so he's, not a good dude. But he's also not really, I don't know, I wouldn't put him in S tier as a villain. Except that he kills a lot of people. He kills a lot of people. But he's just not... He doesn't have any on-screen presence. His on-screen presence is shite. Real shite. Yep, he does do the killing off-screen. Jack has more presence. Jack is so cute!
Second movie, Jack just steals every scene he's in.
I know, right? He's adorable. He's adorable. So, yeah, probably not... Not even an A tier. But he does kill a lot of people. Trying to be a good villain. An entitled man-child. Indeed!
Yes, indeed.
So, what are you thinking? Got some votes. Got some votes. I'm thinking... His lines are some... Yeah, some of his lines are a little memorable. I was gonna put him in C tier. What do you think, babe? You forgot Syndrome existed. I've seen this movie way too many times to forget that syndrome exists. B tier? C tier? D? Air?
Probably C.
C? Okay. Bloop. Titan! Yes.
That makes two villains in a row that are gingers, and I might hate it.
There's only been a couple that are actually gingers, though.
I know.
But there's
So
not a
that's
lot
two
of...
villains in a row that are entitled little shitbags. And it kind of hurts.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this one...
But it's not your fault. You didn't design these characters. It just... it was only having them back to back that made me realize that. It's like, oh shit, okay. I guess, you know, if a ginger's gonna be a villain, they're gonna be entitled shits. It's like,
Gingers are evil is a stereotype that's been around for a while. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
I'm not evil, I'm just an asshole.
You're not all the time. So,
I mean, in the right circumstances, I would go full evil, but no.
Titan was an asshole before he got superpowers. He was an incel before incel became a phrase. Doesn't have presentation!
That's right. This came out before incel became a popular term to describe what he was. Oh, man.
Yep.
Oh,
Twitch banned
we can't use that word.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. I'm sorry.
What does it even stand for?
What? Oh, someone who is involuntarily
celibate. Right.
Mm-hmm. So this guy is like, he's just creepy. He's a total creeper. He is, and he's entitled. He's like, I'm totally entitled to Roxanne's affection because I'm nice to her.
Yeah.
And that's creepy.
Yeah.
I've known a lot of people that are like that. I'm entitled to your affection because I'm nice to you, and that is not how that works.
As much as it sucks to say, literally every guy on the planet will go through that phase. It's just them coming out the other side as a better person that doesn't generally happen. Some guys get stuck in that because they can't see past their own
nose.
See past their own nose. They don't understand that they're not the main character of this story.
His costume was given to him by Megamind. His powers were given to him by Megamind. Megamind set him up big time. Megamind was actually the driving force behind everything. Megamind's a great movie.
I speak the truth? Yeah. Because I went through a very brief phase where I was like that. And I realize looking back on it, but it was caused by being insanely lonely, and because I was insanely lonely, I had no self-confidence. Because I had no self-confidence, I was trying too hard. Because I was trying too hard, no one wanted to deal with that. And because no one wanted to deal with that, I thought, I got over that shit real quick. And just decided to, you know what, if no one wants to be with me, fuck it. I just won't be with anybody. It'll be fine. That lasted all of a week, and then suddenly I met an amazing person who actually gave a shit.
The real villain is Metro Man.
The real villain is Metro Man because he abandons his duties.
Mhm. So, there's actually several villains in this movie. Thank you. I don't. He just wanted to retire. Yeah, like there's just nothing wrong with wanting to retire. God damn it.
Yeah, but instead of coming out and being like, "Hey, someone else do this," I've been doing it my entire life. I need a break. I'm gonna be Music Man.
Music Man. Because he wanted the fame, responsibilities.
Yeah, exactly. He should have just retired instead of faking his death.
Yep, that's fair. That's fair.
That way, I get to keep the initials.
No, Niles is right. He
Yeah.
only did it because he wanted the fame. But the thing about Mega Man, the movie, not Mega Man the character, the movie really, really, really explored the nature versus nurture thing in a way that not a lot of movies do. And it asks questions that not a lot of movies ask. And it flipped. Yeah, Mega Man Toaster. It's not Mega Man, Megamind. And it flipped the fucking superhero movie genre on its goddamn head. If you are sick of superhero movies, because I'm fucking sick of superhero movies, it's still a good movie. I'm so tired of superhero movies. I have not watched a Marvel movie in like 3 years. I'm so tired.
Ironically, the reason why Mega Man made Titan was just about the same reason why Syndrome was doing what he was doing.
Yeah. But Megamind was played by Will Ferrell and was so funny.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, so Titan was a shitty villain because he wasn't really a villain. He was just an asshole who was then given superpowers, became a villain
Titan.
for like...
I love that both of them spelled it that way.
Was not really the villain. Yeah.
That's how it's spelled. Okay. I thought it was Titan as in, like, Greek Titan. That's hilarious. I did not know that. That's the only name that wasn't taken.
Okay. So, not actually the villain of the story. Megamind was definitely the villain of the story. So, he's going in the not even a villain tier. Because he just... Yeah. Long John Silver.
Treasure Planet.
I love this movie. I love this movie so much. I love everything about this movie. I love Morph. This guy has more on-screen presence than the main character. This guy has better lines than the main character. It's so underrated, it's criminal. This movie is so good. This movie is so good. This movie made my older brother into a fucking furry! And he denies it.
The long game antagonist, but not the villain. That's
Facts.
3 people in chat that says that he's not the villain.
Well, I mean, if you think about it.
I've only seen Treasure Planet twice. I don't remember much about it.
Go through with anything villainous. Because he gets attached to the main character and becomes a father figure to him.
It's a game set 10 years after the event of the movie. The game came out 6 months before the movie. What? Did you know this movie has a sequel? It's the game. Weird.
So this movie has a goddamn stellar soundtrack. The soundtrack is fantastic. The visuals are phenomenal. No, there are some things about it that make no sense. Not at all. Like, how do they breathe? But that's not the point. That's not the point. The movie's fantastic. He teaches John, what's the kid's name? The fuck is the kid's name? Jim! He teaches Jim how to be a person. Like, gives him direction in life. Because the boy, he's a teenage boy whose father left him when he was a child.
Jim Hawkins.
It's such a
Doesn't
good
make him
movie.
a good person.
No.
He becomes a father figure.
He becomes a good person-ish.
Ish. So he definitely goes in the not a villain tier. But that doesn't make him a bad character.
Oh, he's
a good
fantastic
character.
He's a great
He's just
character.
not a villain.
He's not a villain. He's not a villain. But he's very, very, very well written.
That's why it was pitted against Lilo and Stitch. I watched Lilo and Stitch way too many fucking times because I like the little alien in it. If no one could tell from the fact that I have a face that is Stitch, which I'm swapping to now, and you can't stop me.
Why would anybody want to stop you?
Don't stop me now. Having such a good time.
He's a bit of a villain for a little bit, but not for very long. He
having a ball. Don't stop me now. I didn't realize it was the googly eye version until it popped up.
Why? Why?
The normal version isn't any better. He's got like that face that just says, "I'm done with this shit." Let me grab the regular. Oh my god. There it is. Okay, god damn it.
No, he's the long game antagonist at the beginning. He's playing the long game, but then he just...
There it is.
Then he reforms. Thank you.
You're crying.
And then we have the actual villain. Mr. Scroop! The voice actor who plays Mr. Scroop is, in fact, Rochefort from The Three Musketeers, which is a fantastic movie. Every time he climbs down the mast, they play the sound of bugs. Cicadas. Specifically. He's not just hinted at being a villain, he is outright the villain. There's like, you missed this, you're blind. This guy is the villain. He's just not a very good villain. He's just a villain. Like, he looks like a bug. They play bug noises every time he comes down. He's always threatening Jim. He's always yelling at him, calling him cabin boys should learn their place. The guy who does his voice does a really, really good job. I just can't remember his name right now. And, you know, he looks like this! There was a part in the movie where Long John grabs him by this part of his face, right here, and throws him, and I laughed my ass off. Michael Wincott, thank you. Thank you, Niles. Yeah, Flair, he seems like a nice guy. Bug. Thing.
I don't remember this guy at all. Like, nothing.
We need to rewatch this.
I've been sitting here trying to remember him, and I can't.
You need to watch
nothing's coming to mind.
This one and Titan AE. You need to rewatch both of those movies. Like, this guy, but because he's a meh villain, I'm gonna put him in C tier and just call it a day.
Okay.
Tim wants us to self-care. Also, welcome back, Tim!
Welcome back, Tim.
Okay. Ursula! Terrible picture. Oh my god. I thought it was bigger than this.
So
have a nice lurk, Tim. Mwah. So before
this particular form,
a Cecilia.
go ahead.
I will.
Yeah.
Hey, Taggy Wolf.
Still your hat.
I love
Tits
Ursula.
and tentacles, what can I say?
I fucking love Ursula. Like, when she is on the ship trying to force Eric to marry her, and it fails, and she bursts out of the Vanessa form, the first thing that bursts out is her boobs.
Yep.
And I love that. Ursula has more. Ursula does have more presence than literally anyone in the film. The voice actress just slew. She fucking killed it.
Oh yeah.
Her song is amazing. She's no one else has presence outside of Sebastian. I love Sebastian. I love Sebastian. There's so many little, like, visual things that they did with Sebastian that were just so funny. Like, when his little feet get caught in the door and he's wiggling to get out. Oh my god, I love that. I literally just watched that the other day with my kids. And they loved it.
At Carol. The prince is just there. He exists. He doesn't even have a personality. This is true. Most Disney princesses, or princes, didn't have much of a personality. They were just meant to be handsome, and that was it. Love at first sight. We're soulmates thing.
They didn't
It's
have a lot
only
to
in
work
like
with.
the sequels that they have personality again.
They didn't have a lot to work with from the book. Prince wasn't a major character in the book. He didn't really have a personality in the book either.
She's like 13.
16.
16?
She's 16.
She got the personality of like a 9-year-old, yeah.
Yeah.
But the form that Ursula took to seduce Prince Eric was
Vanessa.
hot.
She called herself Vanessa.
Vanessa. Hottie.
Yeah. Fucking love Ursula. She's got presence. She can sing. She sets... She doesn't really set the story into motion so much. She's just an opportunist.
Yeah.
Triton actually sets the story into motion by being...
Forbearing parent.
So, Triton loses his temper with his daughter. He's got a lot of children that he's trying to raise by himself. He's gonna make mistakes. But he did create a moment in that film where a parent could turn to their daughter and say, or to any child and say, you know, you can come talk to me. I would never do that to you.
Yeah.
So Triton gave
He went
opportunities.
ballistic.
Triton gave opportunities to real parents.
Yeah. He had a snap moment. I've had snap moments. Not where I've destroyed everything in the fucking room, but I've definitely snapped at my kids way too often. What the hell was that? Speaking of kids, I'll be right back. That sounded like something getting thrown across the wall.
But yeah, so the sea witch in the book has a really, really minor part, but in the Disney movie they gave her a lot. They gave her a lot, and she is phenomenal. I love Ursula. She kills it. She's amazing. But I wouldn't say she carries the whole film. She definitely... Okay, fine. Yeah, she does. Fine, Niles. She carries the film. I hate that you write so much. God. Parenting is hard enough. Being a single parent to 7 daughters. Yeah, no. No. 7, and they're all teenagers? Fuck that. I wouldn't... Well, maybe they're not all teenagers, but Jesus Christ. Jesus. Oh. Yeah. Ariel's... I mean, I don't know that they're all more annoying than Ariel. I don't remember the sequel and the prequel very well. I don't. I don't. I don't remember the sequel very well. I really don't. I just remember that Ariel's daughter is like small and obnoxious and I can trust you. I mean, I do that, but you know. Anyway, friggin' yeah, just I can't give Ursula a rating without Ares. I literally have 2 villains left. But yeah, Ursula just. Point is, the rest of the daughters are just bleh. So, like.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm back.
Welcome back. So, where are we putting Ursula?
A.
A tier?
She's
solid A?
I like her a lot. Now I'm second guessing that. She's not really the driving point of the story. It's
Just
Ariel's, like...
Niles is yelling at you.
It's her coming of age thing. S tier, nay. Nay. Like, personality-wise, design-wise, like, her song, screen presence, all that, yeah, that would put her in S. But as far as driving the plot, sure, she gives Ariel legs, and sure, she steals her voice, and that kind of stuff, but she's not the reason why the plot happens. She is a turning point in the plot. Ariel and her selfishness, because she's a teenager, is the driving part of the plot.
Our daughter.
And a lot of the choices were because of that.
When the tail turned into legs, burst into tears.
Yeah.
It's the first time she's ever actually sat down and watched the movie, right? Because our daughter has only just now become interested in movies.
Yeah.
Other than The Princess Bride.
Yeah.
She sat there and cried.
Mermaids.
And
she loves mermaids so much.
And was like, stole the tail. Stole the tail.
Unicorns and mermaids.
Tail stolen. Tail stolen. Stole the tail. And I was like, oh no, how do I explain this? So I had to pause the movie and calm her down and explain that it's gonna be okay. Yeah.
Not only is she gonna get the tail back, but,
Briefly.
you know, we gotta sometimes try things.
Gotta try something new.
Which means you gotta try something new, which means sometimes giving up something that you've got. Making a small sacrifice. Or a big one.
Oh, no, we're not watching the second one. Come on, the second one was dumb!
The second one was a prequel, wasn't it?
No, they made a prequel. The second one was a second
The
one.
Little Mermaid TV show was just god-awful.
I loved that when I was a kid. There was a whole
I liked
episode
the Aladdin TV show as a kid, but it was god-awful too.
With a lobster that was a mobster lobster. And he talked like this, saying...
The mobster lobster, huh?
It was hilarious. And now we're moving on to Yzma! Yzma! Who's Eartha Kitt.
Right.
May she rest in peace. Niles!
Oh,
Niles,
no, Krunk!
Okay. Yzma is actually the villain of the movie.
Darkwing Duck.
You've never seen the movie!
Kuzco was a bad ruler. He did a lot of bad things as a ruler. And she wanted to overthrow him so that she could rule instead.
Okay, Yzma says...
That doesn't make her not the villain. She is definitely the villain.
And I quote...
Kuzco was a selfish ruler.
To a person who while sitting on the throne... It is no concern of mine whether your family has... What's it again? Food. Right! Exactly! You really should have thought of that before you became peasants! Take him away.
Yep. She feeds old
She's-
people
she is-
sewage in the Kronk movie. She is evil.
Yeah, she is a villain.
She's got a great voice actress. She's got great on-screen presence. She steals the scenes that she's in.
Oh, no, she stole
when
the
Kronk
whole
isn't
movie.
talking.
She stole
When
the whole
Kronk
movie.
talks.
She
It's
stole
so
the
great.
whole movie. She's such a villain. She stole the whole movie. I love Yzma, but she's still the villain. The whole movie is Kuzco learning how to be a good person.
Because she turned him into a fucking llama.
Llama! No, Kronk turned him into a llama.
That's true.
She was trying to
Just
kill
gave
him.
the wrong one.
She was trying to
Oh,
murder
man.
him,
Yep.
but her help was kind of incompetent.
Yep.
Kronk turned him into a llama.
That seems to be the downfall of any
Of a
villain
lot
that
of villains.
has help.
But Kuzco was the way Kuzco is because Yzma raised him.
Oh,
It's a point that a lot of people miss. She said that herself. I practically raised him. And Kronk says, you think he would have turned out better. Go figure.
nope. She raised him to be that way.
Yep.
She raised him to be an entitled little spoiled shit so that she could take care of everything and be the... have him be the figurehead and have her be the acting ruler. She killed his dad and never got caught in the show. Another parenting fail in Disney. Yep. What's up?
That's a villain.
Yeah.
I love Yzma.
So.
I love watching Yzma. I love her
Yep.
so goddamn much. I love the Emperor's New Groove. It's so good. The music's good. The animation is good. The one-liners are great. I don't usually like David Spade. I usually can't stand David Spade. Ariel finds a lot of drowned parents. What? 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 These was song. The Kronk movie is awesome. I've never seen the Kronk movie.
I haven't seen the Kronk
apparently
movie either.
I'm missing some fun here. This movie is so good. It's so good. It's so good.
Watch the Kronk movie. We'll add it to
Okay.
the list.
I'll add it to my The Kronk
So,
movie is bad.
Titan AE, Treasure Planet, Kronk movie. Kronk movie is bad. It ruins his character. Hard pass. Niles is
Kronk-
8 feet tall.
Wait.
They'll lift 1 foot up and step on your head. In the not fun way. Kronk gets a girlfriend. It's a parody of the ghost sex scene. Whoa. Oh, the movie Ghost. With the making of the clay. Okay. Okay.
Oh,
I thought you meant a literal ghost sex scene, and I was very confused.
you're Irish. You don't care about height differences. I'm letting that go.
That is a very true statement.
So letting that go right now. Okay, but yeah, Yzma.
Enough Guinness and we don't care. Oh my god. But yeah, I would put her in S tier. She's great.
She's got great on-screen presence. And she's one of the few Disney villains who actually changes her clothes.
Yeah.
In fact, I think she's the only Disney villain who changes her clothes. Other than Rourke. Because Rourke has uniforms. She's got a different outfit on in every scene.
Every outfit she wears slays.
And she's rude. She's rude to a squirrel.
Yep. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Cheap, cheap, cheap.
It's Squeaks. They're talking to Squeaks.
Okay.
So I'm gonna throw Yzma into S tier.
Yes.
Just based on
Mr. Squeakers. Squawkers?
Squeakers? Just based on that. And we're done! We did it!
Done.
We made it through them!
We only went over 30 minutes. Not bad. You were worried it wouldn't last long enough.
You were worried we wouldn't make it through them.
I was.
Alright.
We almost didn't.
This is what our tier list looks like. Squeak, squeak, squeak.
So you want to go over the names? Say who's in what tier?
No. Just gonna take a screenshot. Throw it in the
Okay.
thing, because that requires me to remember all their names. And
All right. Don't
This
forget
is
to
it.
save, download and save this VOD. Put it on your YouTube.
I was just gonna save the tier list.
It's Disney villains. That'll get a tiny bit of traction. I'm
They're
sure.
not all Disney villains. They're not all Disney villains, and I save every VOD.
It's enough Disney villains.
Okay. We did it! We made it!
We did it! We made it.
We had to put
Hoorah.
one of the S tiers as number one bad guy. Who would it be? One of the S tiers as the number one bad guy?
Oh, that's hard.
Oh. One of
I
the
have
S
no idea.
tiers? Ooh.
Hmm.
As the number one. The absolute worst asshole on the list.
Frollo.
Nah.
It's like Dr. Facilier. He's not like the worst out of all of them. He's the Shadow Man. Cruella wants to skin puppies. But Frollo is a horny bastard. Full of himself.
Where is evil Emperor Zurg? Emperor Zurg is a cartoon character inside of the Toy Story. Inside of Toy Story. He's a character inside of their story.
Mm-hmm. We only picked well,
You'll notice I don't
she
have
only
any
picked
of the...
40 of them.
I picked 40 villains. Fucking...
Yeah, and it took us
Buzz
4
Lightyear
hours to
Star-
get through them.
Buzz Lightyear Star Command was a movie. No, it wasn't. Not for me.
It was a very recent one, and there's a lot wrong with that movie. So much wrong with that movie that going into it would see us here for another 2 hours. If you want to hear a really good talk about why it was such a messed up movie, you can find those videos on YouTube. They're all over the place. Oh, the one from Before Times. I don't remember that one so much. Unless you're talking about the TV series. The Buzz Lightyear TV series was not too bad.
You know, I'm gonna have to say Mother Gothel. Because she's the most realistic. Personality-wise.
Yeah.
Even though
So
I
for
spent,
me, it's Frollo.
like, a whole 15 to 20 minutes talking about Frollo and how much I love this character for the way he's written. And you and Nadaska and Lily literally grew up with a Mother Gothel. Mother Gothel is the ultimate Disney villain for me. Or the ultimate animated villain for me. Because fuck that bitch.
Yeah. I'm so glad that your mom is not even anywhere near like that.
Oh my god!
Your mom's a badass.
My mom is the nicest person on this fucking planet.
Yeah,
I
she's a
aspire to be
badass.
aspire to be as nice as my mom. Like, I look at my mom and go, how? How do you do this? How are you this goddamn nice? And I asked her once, and she's like, I don't know. Eh. Just because it's a direct-to-video, not a feature film, so it doesn't count. Oh, okay. So, Broken. I love Scar. Scar was actually my first crush when I was a kid. Personality-wise. Jeremy Irons is an amazing voice actor and an amazing actor. I've seen him do some things that you just look and you know
boob physics.
he is hamming it the fuck up. And you can tell when he's done, when he's just phoning it in, and you can tell when he's just. This is why I'm not an A-tier villain. I like my parents. Yeah, my parents did not. My parents did right by me. Like, not. My dad was a monster when I was a kid for a while.
Your dad
he was a good parent, and then he learned how to be a good person, and it was a journey, and now he's a good person, and but like
your dad is a badass. I like him a lot.
There's a lot of nuanced people that are not written into characters. That's not written into characters. The
Frollo
stuff that
and
I went
Mother
through,
Gothel are like a power couple of evil.
Oh my god. The stuff that I went through didn't come from my parents.
No. You had
that I don't want to talk about.
I wouldn't say a great childhood, but a good one.
No, I didn't. It came from my older sister.
Yeah. All the terrible stuff came from her older sister.
No. Anyway. Yeah, so Mother Gothel is actually a believable caricature of an abusive parent.
Yeah.
And that's why she's the ultimate Disney villain for me. Scar's a close second. Because Scar. Yeah. Anyway. Fucking love Scar, okay?
Where's the hug command when you need it? It's in there somewhere, probably. No. We appreciate the thought, though.
Forehead kisses for Daska!
I'll just stick my tongue in one ear and out the other. And then up inside one nostril and out the other.
Okay. On that note.
Slowly leans towards me like, the fuck is wrong with you? Everything. Have you seen me?
Yes, every chance I get.
Aw.
I love you too. Knowledge. That's not how that works. That's not how that works at all.
Gotta get my tongue all up in all those wrinkles.
Okay, moving on.
All of those delicious brain juices.
Forehead kisses for Broken.
It's oversized because I shrank down to be a gremlin. So it's still technically normal sized.
Okay. Here's your raid message. We're raiding now. We're gonna raid now. I love you all. I hope you have a wonderful night. I hope you enjoyed the tier list. Raid message. We love you too, Adaska. I hope everybody has a great night, day, whatever time of day it is for you. Please make it the best one that you possibly can. We're going to raid Bo Sheep because they have gotten some pretty bad news lately. and could use
Mhm.
all the support they can get. So let's go and be supportive.
Y'all have a great night.
Love you
And
guys.
we will see you
and
next time.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Remember, you matter.